Chapter 9:25. However, although they were unhappy, they could not do anything. They could only glare fiercely at Lin Xian. The disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian could not take it lying down. Although Lin Xian was a senior and ranked second on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, they were not pushovers. Dongfang Xiong immediately glared back at Lin Xian. Both sides were angry, so the atmosphere was tense. However, Li Yunfei and Lin Xian quickly controlled the situation. They did not want the two sides to fight at this juncture. Li Yunfei took a deep look at Lin Xian, then left with his people and walked to the other side. After Li Yunfei's arrival, more and more martialists came to the true martial lake. Bingling, Yi Yan, and the other powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard also rushed over. Of course, other than the famous powerhouses on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, there were also some unfamiliar faces. However, their auras were just as powerful, not any weaker than Bingling and the others. It seemed that these people were the hidden powerhouses. Many of these powerhouses looked at Lin Xian, and some of them were clearly looking at him with provocation. Lin Xian was too famous. First, he had killed Yan Qingfeng and ranked 30th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. Recently, there had been news that he had entered the 7th level of the Flame Mountain. Every one of these news had shocked everyone. However, Lin Xian was just a freshman. While gaining fame, he would also encounter a lot of trouble. For example, many people had their eyes on Lin Xian. This was because anyone who defeated Lin Xian would immediately become famous. Lin Xian ignored all the provocative gazes. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. Dong! Dong! A deep voice rang out, echoing in the surroundings like muffled thunder. When they heard this sound, the disciples below all quieted down and waited excitedly. At that moment, countless people looked up at the sky. There was a fiery red light in the sky that was rapidly flying toward them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He found that the light was a massive feather that was about 100 meters long. There was a red light around it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. At that moment, there were several figures standing on the fiery red feather. Most of them were old men with silver hair. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these old men were all elders of the academy. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Although they had restrained their auras, the crowd below still felt an indescribable pressure. On the other hand, Lin Xian was shocked as well. A powerful cultivator. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. He had seen those peerless venerables in the crystal skull. At this moment, the auras of the few old men in the sky were almost the same as those peerless venerables. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, it is indeed powerful, Lin Kun exclaimed. Then he shifted his gaze and looked in front of the elders. There was an imposing figure there. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He was just standing there, but he was like an ancient mountain that people could only look up at. As the middle-aged man got closer and closer, the shock in the hearts of the crowd grew stronger and stronger. It was as though they were facing a god, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. That black-robed, middle-aged man also looked down with a smile on his face. How powerful! To think that the Immortal Martial Academy actually has such a character. The Crimson Divine Dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian was shocked. Someone who could make the Crimson Divine Dragon sigh in admiration was definitely extraordinary. Who is that middle-aged man? Lin Xian asked. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingqing's expression turned heavy. He is the Vice Dean of the Immortal Martial Academy. People call him Dean Xian. Vice Dean, no wonder he is so terrifying. Lin Xian nodded. Those who could become Vice Dean were definitely existences at the peak. However, he didn't expect that the Devil Slayers Guild would actually send out a Vice Dean. Dean Xian looked down and smiled, after which the red feather below his feet emitted a bright light. forming a rain of red light that sprinkled down, covering all the disciples. Instantly, the crowd below felt their spirits being lifted, and the spiritual energy in their bodies became even purer. Many thanks, Dean. The crowd below was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian was also astonished. He didn't expect the other party to be able to purify their spiritual energy with just a wave of his hand. This method was too terrifying. No matter how he looked at it, this was beyond the capabilities of a venerable. Indeed, he is a king. The crimson, divine dragon said. A king? No wonder. Lin Xian was relieved. Although King Pillfeather was also a king, he had fallen. Back then, only a soul imprint was left behind, and he wasn't a real king. It could be said that this was the first time Lin Xian saw a true king. That kind of aura wasn't sharp, but it was extremely majestic. It was like heaven and earth, and people could only look up to it. Regarding the Devil Slayers Guild, I'm sure everyone is familiar with it, so I don't need to say much. However, I have to remind everyone that the Devil Slayers Guild this time might be a little difficult. Dean Xian slowly said. With a wave of his sleeve, the clouds in the sky turned transparent like a mirror, reflecting a scene. Countless mountains and rivers appeared in the scene. Everyone knew that the Dean had used a special method to create it. There were countless mountains in the scene, and 3 of them were the most eye-catching because they were enveloped by a powerful demonic aura. It was abnormally terrifying. What a terrifying demonic aura! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and then they quickly discussed it. This was because only by defeating the last guardian could they enter the demon blood pool and undergo the subsequent refinement. From this scene, it could be seen that the guardian this time was extremely terrifying, and it seemed that there was more than one guardian. However, they didn't know how strong the final guardian was. There are 3 guardians this time, and their strength is about the same as a 4th heaven venerable, Dean Xian said. 3. 4th heaven venerable. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were all stunned, and then they burst into an uproar. Damn, it's really a 4th heaven venerable? Is it that difficult? One had to know that the top 10 on the mysterious venerable leaderboard were only 3rd heaven venerables. A 4th heaven venerable was definitely a powerful existence. Even the top 3 on the mysterious venerable leaderboard might not be able to win. Moreover, there was only one guardian in the past, but there were 3 this time. The difficulty had increased by several times. This time, it would be very difficult to pass the last stage. However, if they couldn't pass, they wouldn't be able to obtain the demon blood pool, and everything would be in vain. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. Looking at the scene reflected in the sky, his eyes flickered. Guardian, he muttered to himself. Although he couldn't sense the other party's aura just from the scene alone, he knew that the guardian was definitely not weak. He was not weaker than the governor of Blackwater City, Xiao Li. Not only Lin Xian, but even Li Yunfei frowned. Although he was powerful and didn't fear a 4th heaven venerable, he couldn't fight against 3 4th heaven venerables together. Chapter 9:26. The other cultivators were also discussing. Of course, they were all discussing who would be able to fight against the final guardian. At that stage, if the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to win just by relying on numbers. There must be a strong cultivator to fight against it. Li Yunfei will definitely be fine, but he can only fight against one guardian at most. I don't know how to deal with the other 2. Yeah, Dugu Outyin can also fight against them, but it seems like he didn't come. Many people were discussing. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Dugu Outyin didn't appear, which made many people feel disappointed and anxious. Lin Xian's expression was calm. It didn't matter to him whether Dugu Outyin came or not. At least he could kill one of them. Li Yunfei was also expressionless. He raised his chin and looked at the scene in the sky with a confident smile on his face. All right, everyone stop arguing. At this moment, an elder behind Dean Xian stood out and said in a deep voice. Instantly, the cultivators below all shut up and waited quietly. Instead of complaining, why don't you think about how to deal with it later? The Demon Slayers Conference will begin soon, Din Xian said slowly. Hearing this, although no one said anything, their expressions were very ugly, because if Dugu Outyin didn't come, it would be very difficult to fight against the final guardian. With their current situation, they didn't have much chance of winning. In the sky, Din Xian flipped his palm and took out a palm-sized disc. On it, there were 12 strange patterns. In the next moment, the pale golden disc rotated and flashed with light. The 12 patterns floated and imprinted in the air, emitting a mysterious power. The 12 patterns flashed and formed a door in the air, emitting a faint light. I announce that the Demon Slayers Conference will begin. Din Xian said loudly. As the sound of his voice faded, the door in the sky emitted an even more dazzling light, as if a world was opening for them. Lin Xian looked at the sky. He knew that as long as they passed through the door of light, they would be able to enter the Demon Slayers' world. That was a place opened by the Immortal Martial Academy, specially for the Demon Slayers Conference. The others also looked at the sky with a serious expression. No matter what, they had to give it their all in this Demon Slayers Conference. Just as they were about to move, a long howl came from behind them. Then, a sword light tore through the sky and rushed over. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure appeared beside the light gate in the sky. He was tall and had black hair. He was dressed in black and carried a black sword on his back. It seems that I've come at the right time. The voice of the young man in the sky was somewhat gloomy. Dugu Outyin! It's him. He's finally back. That's great. This time, our chances of defeating the gatekeeper will greatly increase. Seeing the black-clothed youth, countless warriors cheered, as if this youth was their savior. Bing Ling, Yi Yan, and the other powerhouses on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard looked at the black figure with respect. It could not be helped. Dugu Outyen's reputation was too great. He had always been number 1 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and no one could surpass him. Li Yunfei looked at the sky, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. It's good that you're here. I thought that there would be no opponents this time. Is he Dugu Outyen? Murong Qing Qing, Dongfang Feng Huang, and the others looked at the voice in the sky and were deeply shocked. They had heard of this name countless times, but today was the first time they had seen him. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the other party was powerful. What surprised him was that the other party was also a swordsman. It's been a long time since I've met an expert in the way of the sword. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Swords were the most common weapon, and it was also the weapon that most people used. However, swords were easy to learn but difficult to master. Although there were many warriors who used swords, there were very few experts in the way of the sword. However, Lin Xian knew that the black-clothed youth in the sky must be an expert in the way of the sword. Greetings to Din Xian and the other elders. Dugu Outyen bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. You're always the last one to appear. Our hearts can't take it anymore. An elder laughed. All right, it's good that you're here. Get ready to begin. Din Xian smiled. Dugu Outyen bowed to Din Xian again, then turned his head to look around. The first thing he sensed was Li Yunfei's fighting spirit. Let me see how much you've improved over the past few days. Dugu Outyen's voice became low again. As you wish. Li Yunfei put away his smile and looked serious. Dugu Outyen nodded and swept his gaze across Lu Chang and the others. However, other than Li Yunfei, he did not speak to anyone else. Perhaps in his opinion, only Li Yunfei could fight with him. This is... Dugu Outyen suddenly exclaimed and revealed a trace of suspicion. In the next moment, he stared in a direction. Buzz! Suddenly, the lone star sword behind Lin Xian trembled and let out a sword hum that reverberated in all directions. Good sword! Dugu Outyen praised when he heard the sword hum. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the Lone Star sword to have such a reaction. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy to suppress the sword's trembling body. Senior Dugu, you may not know this, but that sword's origin is not small. It's a half Earth-rank treasure. However, it's a pity that it didn't fall into your hands. In my opinion, only Senior Dugu is worthy of the Lone Star sword. At this moment, a sinister voice was heard. As soon as these words were spoken, many people revealed mocking expressions. However, the people from the Dragon's Sword Pavilion were shocked. These words were too vicious. Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to sow discord? Lin Xian frowned and looked to the side. His soul power was powerful, so he could naturally discover the person who spoke. It was a disciple standing behind Lu Chang. At this moment, he was looking over with a cold expression. The youth felt Lin Xian's gaze, and the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. However, before Lin Xian could speak, Dugu Outyen snorted coldly in the sky. You don't understand the meaning of a sword to a swordsman. This is your first offense, so I'll spare you. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. The voice was not loud, but it was like countless sharp swords surging in the void, causing people's hearts to tremble. The sinister youth behind Lu Chang turned pale and took a few steps back. A single voice, just a single voice, was enough to injure him. The sinister youth was shocked. Dugu Outyen was too powerful. He was not someone he could contend against. However, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He did not dare to clamor in front of Dugu Outyen, but he held this grudge against Lin Xian. Brother Wei, don't be rash. Now is not the time to make a move. Lu Chang reminded in a deep voice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. However, once we enter the demon-slaying realm, I will not spare that brat. Wei Tong's face was ashen. Chapter 9:27. The true Martial Lake was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky, the demon-slaying gate blossomed with light, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Dugu Outyen swept his gaze across the crowd, and then his gaze landed on the demon-slaying gate. He let out a long howl, and his body turned into a ray of sword light as he instantly charged into the demon-slaying gate. Seeing Dugu Outyen enter, the others were also extremely excited. They all stood up and flew towards the demon-slaying gate in the sky. Li Yunfei also smiled confidently and quickly rushed into the sky with the warriors behind him. Let's go and see what the so-called demon-slaying world is like. Lin Xian said with confidence in his voice. Beside him, Murong Qingqing nodded slightly and followed beside him. Brother Xian, it's up to you. We'll wait for your triumphant return. Behind him, countless warriors from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted. Lin Xian nodded, and then flew into the sky with Murong Qingqing. Looking at the countless figures that rose from the ground, Din Xian revealed a warm smile. However, in the next moment, he looked at the scene reflected in the sky. There, demonic energy overflowed into the sky, and its momentum was terrifying. This time's demon-slaying assembly is quite interesting. I wonder if these little fellows can defeat the final guardian? The elders behind him also laughed and said, It's difficult. The guardian this time is much more powerful than before. Even if Dugu Outyen returns, he might not be able to win. Yeah, this lineup is still too difficult for them. They might not even be able to enter the demon blood pool. A few elders whispered, but Lin Xian and the others didn't know about all of this because they had already entered the demon-slaying world. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's figures appeared. Then the two of them looked around. The surroundings were somewhat dim, and the light wasn't very good. Because this was a space that had been opened up, it wasn't like the outside world that received true sunlight, so it was normal for it to be a little dim. This wasn't difficult for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, and it was even denser than outside. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, there is no movement in the surroundings. This is a little strange. We should be careful, Morong Chingching said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, other than the students of the academy who had entered with them, there really weren't any demonic beasts in the surroundings. Although this place is rich in spiritual energy, it doesn't seem to be a suitable place for martial artists to stay for long. Morong Chingching frowned. There's still a large amount of demonic qi in the air. If a warrior absorbs too much, it's not a good thing. In other words, this demon-slaying conference has a time limit, and it won't be too long. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Yes, Morong Chingching nodded. Let's collect as many demonic cores as possible. Otherwise, when we enter the demonic blood pool, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. The demonic slayers' assembly was a place to slay demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. The number of demonic cores would affect the benefits one could obtain after entering the demonic blood pool. Therefore, it was everyone's mission to collect a large amount of demon cores. As for the demon core, it was naturally in the demon beast's body. However, the demonic beasts here were somewhat different from those in the outside world. They were roughly divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, bronze beasts were the weakest. They were about the strength of a first heaven venerable. They were the weakest beasts in the demon realm. Of course, this low level was relatively speaking. If it was taken out, it would be equivalent to a 1-star demon general. Above them were the silver demon beasts. Their strength was between the 2nd and 3rd firmament venerables. However, some of the stronger silver demon beasts were comparable to peak 3rd firmament venerables. Furthermore, the demonic beast's physique was tyrannical and cruel. These were all aspects that gave humans headaches. However, silver-ranked demonic beasts were also the targets of many martial artists because the quality of their demonic cores was very high, far surpassing that of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. The last one was the gold demon beasts. Even the weakest of them was equivalent to a 3rd heaven venerable realm cultivator, while the stronger ones were comparable to a 4th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Ordinary academies were no match for them at all. Other than a few elites, very few people dared to provoke a gold-ranked demonic beast. However, the demonic cores in their bodies were of the highest quality. Of course, one needed to be powerful enough to obtain them. Let's go and take a look in front. Lin Xian sensed that there were no demonic beasts around, so he said. Then, the 2 of them moved and set off towards the depths. As the 2 of them flew, Lin Xian did not stop probing with his soul power. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. In the mountain range ahead, there was a black shadow moving quickly. Accompanying it was a ferocious demonic qi. The black shadow seemed to have sensed the presence of Lin Xian and Mu Qingqing. It immediately turned into a sharp blade and charged over quickly. Demonic beast! Morong Qingqing was slightly surprised when she saw the black shadow. However, Lin Xian reached out with his palm. Buzz! Dragon Catcher hand attacked and caught the opponent in an instant. It was a demonic beast that was similar to a wild boar. However, if one really thought that it was a wild boar, one would be gravely mistaken. Judging from the demonic beast's aura, it could easily kill a first heaven venerable realm martial artist. It was a bronze demonic beast. Lin Xian noticed that its eyes were bronze in color and seemed to have a metallic texture. Bang! Without any hesitation, he exerted force with his palm and killed the pig demonic beast. Immediately, the demonic beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body split open and a green light flew into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian flicked his finger and countless sword qi flew out. They intertwined in the air and easily stopped the demonic beast. With a wave of his palm, the sword qi changed into a ball and flew back with the demonic beast. Lin Xian saw that the green light was a fingernail-sized bead. It looked like a stone and contained energy. Is this a demonic core? Lin Xian noticed that the demonic core outside was different. That's right. This is just an ordinary bronze demonic core. The energy it contains is limited. This kind of thing won't be of much use to the demonic blood pool that we have to enter at the end. Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. If they wanted to gain the most, they had to find those silver demonic beasts. After entering the demonic blood pool, how much they could improve was closely related to how many demonic cores they had collected. There's no rush. Let's figure out the situation first, Lin Xian said. Although they had collected information, the information they had was limited. Therefore, they had to slowly figure out the specific situation here. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen set off again. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. Lin Xian killed them all with ease. After going back and forth, he obtained 7 or 8 bronze-ranked demonic cores. However, the energy contained in them was pitifully little. This made Lin Xian even more determined to kill silver demonic beasts. With a point of his finger, a bronze demonic beast was pierced. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a bronze demonic core appeared in his hand. Although the quality of the bronze demonic core was not good and would not be of much use to the demonic blood pool at the end, it was better than nothing. As long as it had a little use, Lin Xian would not give it up. Chapter 9:28. If it's not a monster, then it should be a disciple of the academy. Let's go take a look, Lin Xian said. That's good too. If it's a senior, maybe they'll know something. If we're lucky, we can get a lot of useful information. Murong Qingqing smiled. Fortunately, there were no other men around except for Lin Xian. Otherwise, her smile alone would be enough to make them go crazy. After discussing for a while, the two of them flew forward. Not long after, they heard a fierce roar and the sound of metal clashing. Obviously, a battle had broken out in front, but it seemed that both sides were academy disciples. Soon, Lin Xian saw the situation in front of him. For martial artists were surrounded by more than 10 people and attacked continuously. They looked very pathetic. In fact, this was normal. The difference in numbers was too big, more than twice the number. It was already very difficult for those people to hold on until now. Little beauty, I advise you to tell us the location of the monster's lair. That way you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame my brothers for being rude. A gloomy voice sounded. The speaker was a very fat young man. His long and narrow eyes were squeezed into a slit by the fierce muscles on his face, but they were blooming with incomparable greed. Bah, shameless! Zhao Jia, you can give up on that idea. I won't tell you no matter what, even if I lose the right to participate in the Monster Slayers Guild. In the field, the surrounded girl shouted coldly. Hearing this stubborn voice, the fat young man, Zhao Jia, snorted coldly. Stubborn. Then don't blame me for being rude. Rude? What can you do? Do you want to kill us? Among the 4 people surrounded, a young man shouted angrily. Obviously, they were very angry at the other party's banditry. Kill you? Impossible. Zhao Jia sneered. I won't break the academy's rules, but compared to killing, I have many ways to make you wish you were dead. As long as I get you back to your original state before the end of the Monster Slayers Guild, even if the academy finds out, they won't find trouble with me. However, you'll have to bear this miserable process yourselves. Zhao Jia sneered, and the surrounding warriors also stared at the 4 people in the field with unfriendly expressions, their faces filled with sinister smiles. Despicable, shameless. Su Yu was furious. I am despicable, I am shameless. What can you do to me? Zhao Jia's face was full of pride. Little girl, I advise you to tell me the location of the demonic beast's nest. When the time comes, if I'm happy, I might even give you some demonic cores. Otherwise, in the next few days, I will let you know what regret is. TSK, how thick-skinned. This is the first time I've heard someone admit to being despicable. At this moment, a calm voice came from behind. Phut! Which blind fool dares to scold this young master? He must be tired of living. When Zhao Jie heard this, he was instantly enraged. The fat on his body trembled as he glared fiercely behind him. What? Lin Xian! A cry of surprise rang out, and then Zhao Jie's face became abnormally ugly. A deep impression appeared in his eyes that were like the slit of a door. He didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked as they looked behind them with dignified expressions. Although Lin Xian was still a freshman, his reputation was very resounding, especially when he killed Yan Qingfeng in a tyrannical manner. That shocking scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Zhao Jie's face trembled as his thoughts raced. Then he squeezed out a smile. I didn't expect to meet the two of you here. My luck is really good. However, this is between me and that little girl. I hope Brother Lin won't interfere. Wait until I get the information about the demonic beast's nest. I will definitely share it with Brother Lin. Zhao Jie was very wary of Lin Xian's appearance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to provoke him. However, the information about the demonic beast's nest was very important. If they could obtain it, they would obtain countless demonic cores. This was very crucial for them to enter the demonic beast's blood pool in the future. Therefore, Zhao Jie didn't plan to give up on this mission. Moreover, although the other party was strong, there were only 2 of them. They had more than 10 people on their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Hearing this, the 4 surrounded people's expressions changed drastically. It had to be said that Lin Xian's appearance was an opportunity for them. It was a chance for them to get rid of Zhao Jie and the others. However, if Lin Xian didn't help, then they would have no hope. Soon, Suyu gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Lin, if you can help us out of this predicament, I am willing to share the information in my hands with you. There was no other way. Although the information about the demonic beast's nest was good, one needed to have the strength to enjoy it. Perhaps only Lin Xian could help them out of this predicament. Therefore, Suyu didn't hesitate to offer her conditions. Morong Qingqing smiled at Suyu and said softly, Don't worry, you will be fine. Although she didn't know Suyu before, the kindness in her heart made her sympathize with Suyu and the others. Moreover, she was disgusted by the way the fat youth acted. Seeing Morong Qingqing's attitude, Lin Xian shrugged. Sorry, we have already made our choice. I don't think there is any need for you to stay here. What? After hearing this, Zhao Jie's face turned gloomy. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't give him any face. Fine. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me. Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and sneered. His expression was extremely ferocious. Although he was afraid of Lin Xian and didn't want to fight, for the information about the demonic beast's nest, he couldn't care less now. Moreover, he had confidence in the dozen people he brought with him. With a wave of his hand, the warriors around him quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. A strong aura also surged from Zhao Jie's body. I will go and save them. The rest is yours, Morong Qingqing said. No problem. Lin Xian nodded. As for Zhao Jie, he didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing how casual the 2 of them were, Zhao Jie sneered. Kid, I admit that you are strong. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to deal with all of us. Is that so? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You overestimate yourself. After saying that, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. What? Seeing Lin Xian's figure disappear, Zhao Jie's face changed. He quickly sensed his surroundings and then broke out in cold sweat. No, he couldn't sense him at all. How could this be? He was a peak 2nd level honorable, but he couldn't even sense Lin Xian's figure. This was unbelievable. What are you looking for? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded behind Zhao Jie. Hiss! Chapter 929. Zhao Jie's body stiffened and all the hair on his body stood up. He quickly turned around and waved his palm. Although he was fat, his movements were extremely fast. However, Lin Xian's movements were even faster. He slammed his palm on his back and sent him flying. Rumble! Zhao! Jie let out a miserable cry. His entire body was like a rubber ball as he flew out and smashed into a mountain peak in front of him. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. Until he fainted, 2 words were still echoing in his mind. Phut! The gap was too big, so big that he couldn't even imagine it. He wasn't the only one present. There were dozens of warriors. However, these people couldn't defend against Lin Xian at all. They didn't even know how he came over. Fortunately, Zhao Jie had fainted, or he would have wet his pants. Lin Xian took care of his opponent with 1 palm. Morong Qingqing wasn't slow either. She quickly knocked down all the remaining warriors and rescued Su Yu and the other 3. Su Yu and the other 3 were completely stunned. She couldn't imagine that just 2 people could have such terrifying combat power. They destroyed Zhao Jie's entire team in an instant. No wonder Lin Xian was so famous. He was really strong. At this moment, Su Yu didn't know what to say. Are you okay? Morong Qingqing asked. We're fine. Su Yu shook her head and looked at the 2 with a complicated expression. By the way, do you really have information about beast lairs? Lin Xian asked. If this was true, it meant that they would encounter a large number of beasts. In the Monster Slayer world, beasts meant demon cores. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded. There are a large number of beasts in the Monster Slayer world, but this place is very vast. Those beasts generally live alone. If you don't have a way, you won't be able to collect a large number of demon cores. So after many people's research, they found that there are many beast lairs in the Monster Slayer world, where a large number of beasts gather. If you can control a beast lair, the efficiency of collecting demon cores will be greatly improved. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen nodded in agreement. They had been walking for half a day and had only killed 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all bronze demonic beasts. The number of demonic cores they obtained was pitifully small. However, if they were to find a nest of demonic beasts, then the situation would be different. With their combat strength, they would definitely be able to obtain a large number of demonic cores. By the way, how did you get this information? Lin Xian asked curiously. Junior brother Lin, there's something you don't know. We've been to the demon-slaying realm once, so we're quite familiar with this place, Su Yu said softly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It seems that senior students are treated differently. That's not necessarily true, Su Yu explained. The Demon Slayer's world is very strange. It's different every time you come in. Although most of the places remain the same, there are some subtle changes. So, the information we know is not 100% accurate. Furthermore, it's not like the freshmen don't have a way to obtain information. The True Spirit Palace has a channel to sell this information. What? The True Spirit Palace sells this information. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, we're still too young. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. They didn't even know such important information. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat annoyed expression, Su Yu smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, you don't have to be like this. Even if you know, you might not necessarily buy it. Because the information from the True Spirit Palace is not 100% accurate, and the price is very expensive. So even if someone knows, not too many people will buy this information. Not to mention whether they're willing or not, the price alone is not something that anyone can afford. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and looked a little better. If the other freshman could buy it, then he would be depressed. However, it seemed that the situation was not so bad. Now, we'll tell you the information about the nest of demonic beasts. Su Yu sighed. In front of Lin Xian and Su Yu, they had no competition at all. Although they knew the information, their strength was not very outstanding. In the demon slayer world, where there were many monsters, they couldn't get many demonic cores. Seeing Suyu and the others sighing, Murong Qingqing couldn't bear it. She said softly, "Senior Sister Sue, since you've been here once, you must know a lot about this place. Anyway, it's our first time here, and we're not familiar with this place. Senior Sister Sue, why don't you lead the way and we go to the nest of demonic beasts together? We can also work together. You're willing to take us with you." Suyu's mouth was slightly open and her face was full of shock. So were her 3 companions behind her. They couldn't be blamed. One had to know that a place like the nest of demonic beasts could definitely obtain a large number of demonic cores, and demonic cores were directly related to the final demonic blood pool. When ordinary people heard the news, they couldn't wait to take it for themselves. No one was like Murong Qingqing, who wanted to work together with others. Moreover, with Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's skills, they didn't need external help at all. Now that they said this, they were completely taking care of them. Of course, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, junior brother Lin, Suyu and the others looked at Lin Xian again. To be honest, they were still somewhat in awe of Lin Xian. Don't worry, he won't object. Murong Qingqing showed a sly smile. And with such a strong fighter, our journey will be much safer. Okay. Lin Xian just smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How did he become a fighter in such a short time? Moreover, he didn't realize before that this girl's love was overflowing. But forget it. Even if Murong Qingqing didn't say anything, Lin Xian planned to do this. In that case, let's go. Su Yu said, "The nest of demonic beasts I know is not too secret. I think there should be others who know about it, so we should leave as soon as possible." Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, this news was not exclusive, so they had to occupy the nest of demonic beasts in advance before everyone else. The group set off quickly, with Suyu and the other 3 leading the way. In addition to Suyu, there were 2 girls and a young man. The 4 of them were at the second sky of the Venerable Realm. Their strength was between the peak of the second sky of the Venerable Realm and the third sky of the Venerable Realm. This kind of strength was not weak outside, but it was not enough in the Demon Slayer's world. Fortunately, with Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the team's combat strength had increased sharply, so they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. The group was very fast. About 2 hours later, Suyu and the others suddenly slowed down. Over that mountain, we'll reach the nest of demonic beasts. We're finally here. Suyu's words made Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing excited, especially Lin Xian, whose eyes gradually became fiery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 930. The mountain peak they were on was relatively high, about 100 feet tall. Below them was a continuous mountain range, and within the mountain range, there were black shadows wandering around. Accompanying those black shadows was a monstrous and fierce demonic aura. Demonic beasts. So many demonic beasts. Lin Xian took a deep breath and realized that there were hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below. It's not just the Qing Tong demonic beasts. There seems to be a big guy inside. Murong Qingqing also looked into the distance with a hint of seriousness in her voice. Hearing that, Lin Xian looked carefully. Indeed, she could feel a shocking demonic aura in the depths. Moreover, there was a hint of silver luster in the demonic aura. Silver-ranked demonic beast. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, he finally found a silver-ranked demonic beast. The silver-ranked demonic beast's aura was much stronger than the bronze-ranked demonic beasts. However, the silver-ranked demonic beast seemed to be hiding in the depths. Its body could not be seen at all, and only its demonic aura could be vaguely felt. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below, Suyu and the others also looked serious. Although those were just ordinary bronze-ranked demonic beasts, which were only equivalent to a first-layer honorable, the number of demonic beasts added together was not a joke. If those thousands of demonic beasts were grouped together, even a fourth layer honorable would not dare to easily fight against them. However, what made them feel relieved was that these demonic beasts did not seem to be very intelligent. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lin Xian and the others were, they would not dare to fight against thousands of bronze-ranked demonic beasts. Even so, these demonic beasts were not something they could fight against. I didn't expect this demonic beast lair to be so much bigger than the previous one. With the current situation, we won't be able to take it down. Su Yu frowned. Lin Xian also nodded slightly as he thought about it. Indeed, thousands of bronze-ranked demonic beasts gathered together were very powerful. Moreover, there was a silver-ranked demonic beast in the depths. If it rushed out, the situation would be even worse. Should we attack? Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Although there were 6 people in the team, she and Lin Xian's attack power was the strongest. The other 4 people working together could not compare to them. Therefore, it was indeed a little difficult to make a move now. There's no rush, Lin Xian said with a frown. It seems that we're not the only ones who have discovered this place. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain in the distance. The mountain wind was blowing and the leaves were rustling. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but Lin Xian's soul force was powerful. He could clearly sense several sharp fluctuations there. Evidently, there were cultivators hidden there, and only the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy would be able to appear here. With Lin Xian's reminder, Morong Qingqing also noticed the abnormality. However, she was not worried. With her and Lin Xian here, other than a few super powerhouses on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard, they were not afraid of anyone else. In the next moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "Friend on the other side, why don't you come out and meet me?" His voice kept echoing around, but no one came out. Su Yu and the others were suspicious when they saw this. Junior brother Lin, could it be that there are other people here? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He sneered in his heart. These people were still not coming out. Did they really think that they had not been discovered? Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Su Yu and the others were shocked. They did not notice anything strange at all. Moreover, no one came out when Lin Xian shouted. It was a very strange scene. They even suspected that Lin Xian might have made a mistake. Lin Xian did not explain. He spoke again. Everyone, there's no need to hide anymore. There are thousands of demonic beasts below. It's not something that a single force can handle. Why don't we join forces? This time, his voice did not reverberate in the air. Instead, it split into several waves and entered the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, dozens of figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. Their eyes were filled with shock because the voice just now had sounded in their ears. It was obvious that the other party had discovered their exact location. This made them extremely shocked. After all, they were not ordinary cultivators. Su Yu and the others were even more shocked. Their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked at the sky in disbelief. Previously, they were still suspicious. However, they did not expect that there were people hiding nearby. Moreover, there were so many of them. Seeing this scene, they were even more impressed with Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the dozens of cultivators that suddenly appeared in the sky. He was also very surprised because he could clearly feel that there were true masters among them, as expected of the demon slayer world. Such powerful cultivators had already appeared. Lin Xian was amazed. Judging from the other party's aura, their strength did not seem to be weaker than Bingling, Yi Yan, and the others. "I'm Lin Xian. How should I address you?" Lin Xian smiled faintly at the sky. Lin Xian. Hearing this name, the cultivators in the sky were also shocked. They looked deeply at Lin Xian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. In fact, it could be said that it was extremely familiar to them. However, they had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. This time they were extremely shocked when they saw how young Lin Xian was. I've long heard of Brother Lin's great name. This is the first time I've seen you. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so young. A young man in a yellow robe smiled and said, "My name is Yang Hao. These are my brothers." Then he pointed at the 8 or 9 people behind him. Indeed, Lin Xian was too young. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Although he was a freshman, in their opinion, Lin Xian was at least 25 or 26 years old. Now it seemed that he was at most in his early 20s. He might even be younger than that. "I'm Qin Feng." In another team, a young man in purple cupped his fists and said, "Su Lai." Another young man said indifferently with a trace of arrogance in his voice. The 3 of them were the strongest. They were all at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Clearly, they were the leaders of the 3 teams. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to discuss with the 3 of them. Lin Xian said slowly, "There are thousands of demonic beasts down there. I'm sure everyone knows that a single team won't be able to take them down. Why don't we work together and take down this demonic beast lair?" After hearing this, the 3 of them pondered for a moment. Clearly, Lin Xian was speaking the truth. Among them, Yang Hao and Qin Feng did not say anything, but the young man called Su Lai had a cold smile on his face. "The 3 of us arrived here first. If we want to work together, it should be the 3 of us. I'm afraid it's none of your business." Although he did not object to the idea of working together, he excluded Lin Xian and the others. Clearly, Su Lai did not want to work with Lin Xian. There were only so many demonic beasts down there. If they worked with one less force, they would be able to get more demonic cores. Moreover, in Su Lai's opinion, Lin Xian's team of 6 did not have much strength. Apart from Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng, the other 4 were not worth mentioning. Chapter 931. Su Lai didn't know what the other 2 were thinking, but since he thought so, he said it out loud. Because his team had more than a dozen people, it was the largest team, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces turned ugly. If the other party didn't want to work with them, it would be easy to kick them out. After all, the other party had more than a dozen people, and they only had 6. Moreover, Su Lai wasn't someone like Xiao Jia, so they were no match for him at all. Moreover, Su Yu and the others guessed that it was probably because they were weak that they were ridiculed like this. "Junior brother Lin, sorry we dragged you down." Su Yu smiled bitterly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's strength was undeniable, but the 4 of them were obviously weaker and had become a burden. "Senior sister Su, you think too much. Don't worry, let Lin Xian handle this." Murong Qingqing comforted. "Okay." Su Yu sighed. In the current situation, they couldn't make the decision at all, so they could only listen to Lin Xian's decision. However, if Lin Xian gave up on the beast lair now, they wouldn't blame him. After all, the other party was too strong. Lin Xian's face darkened, and his eyes flashed. "That's a bit too much." "Okay, since junior brother Lin insists on staying, I'll give you a chance. With your team strength, it's impossible for you to charge and break through the enemy lines. Why don't you help us from the side? When the time comes, we'll give each of you 20 beast cores. What do you think?" Hearing this, Su Yu and the others smiled bitterly. 10 beast cores? Was this for beggars? Even if they weren't in the beast lair, they would have more than that if they walked around outside. Murong Qingqing's face also turned cold. The other party was too arrogant, and she couldn't stand it anymore. However, since she handed it over to Lin Xian, she could only snort. 20? Lin Xian smiled. "Looks like brother Su doesn't take me seriously. Or do you think we're easier to deal with?" At the end of his speech, Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Su Lai was secretly on alert when he felt this sharp aura. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not stupid. He had heard of Lin Xian's name before. He was also an existence that could not be underestimated. However, this was not a one-on-one fight. He had more than 10 brothers behind him. If they really fought, he was 100% confident that he could take down the other party. 20 demon beasts per person is already quite a lot. If you want more, you'll have to prove your strength. Su Lai sneered. Obviously, he did not intend to give in. Strength? Since Brother Su wants to experience it, then I'll show you a thing or two. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. The smile on his face disappeared, and his entire person became fierce. Su Lai's pupils shrank when he sensed the other party's aura. He was no longer laughing. His entire person was extremely dignified. The warriors behind him also placed their hands on their weapons, ready to attack at any time. If you can take one of my attacks, I don't want a single demon core. I'll be your support for free. Take one of your attacks? How arrogant. Hearing the other party's words, Su Lai was furious. Although he admitted that Lin Xian was in the limelight, it was impossible for him to be intimidated by one attack. Very well. Let me see if your strength is comparable to your reputation. Su Lai sneered. However, before he could finish a sentence, he saw a flash of sword light. It tore through the void and instantly slashed towards him. It was accompanied by a terrifying sword will. Seeing this, Su Lai's pupil shrank. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly and decisively. However, he was no weakling. He immediately snorted and quickly channeled his spiritual energy, forming a purple light screen in front of him. As soon as the light screen was formed, the sword Qi in the sky rapidly descended and ruthlessly slashed the purple light screen. Qi, like tearing a piece of cloth, the fierce sword Qi easily tore the purple light screen and brushed past his body. The fear of death swept through Su Lai's heart, and his entire body froze. A strand of black hair fell from the sky. Su Lai was not injured, but the shocking sword essence made his face extremely pale. Beside him, Yang Qin and Qin Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had definitely shown mercy when he struck out with his sword earlier. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether Su Lai could still stand. Su Lai was stunned. The people behind him were even more shocked. They knew Su Lai's strength, but now he could not even take one attack. What did this mean? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. Now, can we reconsider the allocation? Lin Xian put away the wind shadow sword and slowly said, I was reckless before. Let's do as junior brother Lin said. Su Lai quickly said. The sword just now made his heart jump. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew that Lin Xian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Therefore, he could only obediently agree with Lin Xian's suggestion. We have no objections. Yang Qin and Qin Feng also quickly said. Originally, they did not intend to refute. Now that they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they would not oppose. In that case, let's begin. We will work together to encircle the monsters below. As for how many monsters we can take, it will all depend on your ability. Hearing this, Yang Qin and the others nodded in agreement. Su Yu and the other three looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. If it were not for Lin Xian, they would not have had the chance to join. A powerful aura burst out. Yang Lin and the others looked dignified and prepared to take action. While they were rushing downwards to kill the demonic beasts, in the distant mountain range, there were a few figures coldly observing everything. They have taken action. Should we take action too? A flirtatious voice sounded. No rush. Let them take care of the bronze monsters in the periphery first. Soon, another steady voice sounded. Su Lai and the others are nothing to be afraid of. However, that kid called Lin Xian has some strength. That sword was amazing. No matter how amazing it is, it's not our match. We have been hiding for so long. Now, it's time to show our true strength. The flirtatious voice sounded again. If we rush to the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign list, I wonder if it will shock everyone? Of course. With this speed, We can break the record. Hee hee, I can't wait. Chapter 932. But Big Brother, aren't we being a little cruel by doing this? I think so too. Why don't we compensate each of them with 10 demonic cores as compensation? I'm very generous. The deep voice sounded again. Hee hee, I think they will be grateful to Big Brother when the time comes. If Su Lai and the others heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. 10 demonic cores were not even enough to appease a beggar. This was a blatant humiliation. However, they did not hear it because they had already rushed to the nest of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others went all out, unleashing a powerful aura that rushed down like a storm. The bronze demonic beasts below roared. They felt the aura of the humans and immediately became furious. One by one, they roared at the sky as a majestic demonic chi surged out of their bodies. Many demonic beasts even rushed into the sky. Although these bronze demonic beasts were not very intelligent, they were not without intelligence. At this moment, when they saw the humans, they naturally understood what was going on, so they roared out one by one. In just an instant, hundreds of figures rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Although they were bronze demonic beasts, this formation was not to be underestimated. Go! Without needing Lin Xian's order, Su Lai and the others gave the order one after another. The warriors behind them also quickly drew their weapons and unleashed a fierce attack, slashing down. These people were very powerful, and at this moment they were attacking with all their strength. Their attacks were extremely fierce, and any demonic beasts that were enveloped by the sword light were instantly cut in half. From the corpses, demonic cores that glowed with a faint green light surged out. It was extremely tempting. Seeing these demonic cores, countless people's eyes turned red. They had searched outside for so long and only found a dozen demonic cores. Now they had obtained dozens of demonic cores in just an instant. This speed was absolutely terrifying. No wonder so many people were willing to search for the demonic beast's nest. This efficiency was simply heaven-defying. Lin Xian also acted quickly. Azure cold air surged and spread in all directions. Countless frost quickly swept in all directions. All the demonic beasts that were touched by the blue frost all moved slowly and finally turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment, Lin Xian flicked his finger slightly and a sword wave spread out, blasting towards the ice sculptures. Pung pung pung. With a single strike, countless ice sculptures shattered. Bronze demon cores flew out and were collected by Lin Xian. Su Yu and the others saw this scene and exclaimed again. Although these were only bronze beasts, there were so many of them that they couldn't be underestimated. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would actually be so ferocious, killing a bunch of them in one move? Not only Lin Xian, but in the next instant, they saw Morong Qingqing also make a move. Dazzling palm images appeared in the air, bringing with them a mysterious aura as they blasted out in all directions. As expected, countless bronze beasts were torn apart. His harvesting speed was in no way inferior to Lin Xian's. Su Yu was stunned. She didn't know what to say. The four of them together were very fast, but compared to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, they were much slower. It had to be said that the two of them were really terrifying. In addition to Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, the other three teams were also moving forward rapidly, quickly harvesting the bronze beasts below. The four teams rushed down together from four directions, and their target was the silver beasts in the depths of the nest. If they could kill a silver beast, the demon cores they would obtain would definitely surpass the total amount they had obtained before. The four teams rushed forward quickly, all wanting to gain the upper hand. However, Lin Xian soon noticed that something was wrong, because they found that most of the bronze beasts around them were rushing towards them. As a result, their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it, how could this be? Su Yu's face was ugly. She felt that the pressure around them was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It's those people. They reduced their attack output, so these beasts think that we are the biggest threat and are all rushing towards us, Morong Chingching said in a deep voice. How can they be so shameless? We agreed to work together, but now they are framing us. Su Yu and the others were furious. Lin Xian was very calm. They had formed the cooperation on the spur of the moment. How could such a relationship be strong? Especially when they had to face the strong temptation of silver beasts. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Moreover, in Lin Xian's opinion, their goal of cooperation had been achieved. Although there were a large number of bronze beasts surrounding them, compared to entering alone, these bronze beasts were not worth mentioning. After all, no matter how little the three forces attacked, they still attracted a lot of beasts. Therefore, although the current situation seemed dangerous, Lin Xian was fully capable of handling it. Ignore them. It's better for us if they don't fight for the bronze beasts, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With his soul power, he could naturally feel that there was a strong demon aura in the depths of the nest, and it seemed that there was more than one silver beast. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't succeed so easily. Since Lin Xian had spoken, Su Yu and the others didn't object. Instead, they calmed down and started to kill the bronze beasts around them. Just as Lin Xian and the others were going all out to kill the bronze beasts, the other three teams were like arrows that had been released from a bow, quickly dashing into the depths of the nest. Humph, idiot. No matter how many bronze beasts there are, they can't compare to the demon core of a silver beast. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others didn't chase after them, Su Lai sneered. That's right. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still a freshman. Maybe he doesn't even know about the existence of silver beasts. Behind him, the other martial artists also laughed. Let's go. Don't worry about them. Let's get the silver beasts first. Su Lai snorted coldly and led the team to speed up. Looking at the three teams that were getting further and further away, Lin Xian sneered and looked away. He didn't think that those people could take all the silver beasts. Looking away, Lin Xian started to attack with all his might. A blue ice lotus bloomed on his fingertip and quickly grew in size, covering the surroundings. Countless cold air surged, turning the entire space into a world of ice and snow. Those beasts that were swept by the cold air turned into ice cubes. The rest of the beasts didn't fare well either. They were all affected by the cold air and their movements slowed down. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others were overjoyed. They weren't newbies. If their opponents slowed down in this kind of battle, it would be a huge advantage for them. Immediately, the four of them attacked with all their might. Dazzling and terrifying attacks streaked across the sky. Countless energy surged like waves. Lin Xian and the others worked together and quickly harvested the bronze beasts. Chapter 933. However, they knew that if it weren't for Lin Xian and Morong Qingcheng, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many demonic cores. Lin Xian's side also had a bountiful harvest of over 1,000 demonic cores. Morong Qingcheng's harvest was about the same as Lin Xian's. It could be said that everyone returned with a bountiful harvest this time. Lin Xian put away the ice lotus and looked around. At this moment, the number of demonic beasts had decreased rapidly, and a large area of empty space had appeared. Most of the demonic beasts had been killed, and Lin Xian had no intention of attacking the remaining ones. Bang! Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks surged out from the depths of the demonic beast's lair and spread in all directions. Terrifying and shocking demonic qi swept out in all directions. Along with it, there were countless angry roars and violent spiritual energy. Seeing this, the six of them all looked into the depths of the lair. They knew that the three teams must have fought with the silver-level demonic beasts. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian said quickly, since most of the demonic beasts had been killed, there was no point in staying. Nodding slightly, Morong Qingcheng and the others followed behind Lin Xian. Since most of the bronze-level demonic beasts had been killed, they didn't encounter much resistance when they entered the depths of the lair. Soon, Lin Xian and the others saw the scene in front of them. In front of them, the three teams stood in three different directions with solemn expressions. Many of them were injured, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was obvious that they had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. Opposite the three teams, there were several tall figures. Their bodies were suffused with silver light, which shrouded their huge bodies. However, one could still vaguely see their ferocious and terrifying appearances. Lin Xian took a look and saw that there were a total of 7 demonic beasts. 7 silver-level demonic beasts. Su Yu and the others gasped in shock. This lineup was already very terrifying. 6 light, silver demonic beasts were equivalent to ordinary third heaven venerables, and 1 pure silver demonic beast was almost equivalent to a peak third heaven venerables. The combination of these 7 demonic beasts was absolutely shocking. No wonder there would be such a terrifying tremor, and no wonder the 3 teams would be injured. In front of these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts, no one would be able to do anything. Should we make a move? Su Yu and the others looked solemn. Although they might not be able to defeat him, they had to try their best. No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Don't they like first come, first served? Let them fight first. We'll just watch. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Didn't the other party want to take it all for himself? Let's see if the other party can spit it out. If the 3 teams hadn't done that before, perhaps Lin Xian would have joined forces with them to fight against these silver-ranked beasts. But now, Lin Xian would never forgive these people for abandoning them just because they wanted to take everything for themselves. Su Lai and the others naturally saw Lin Xian. They were overjoyed and their eyes lit up. They had seen Lin Xian's skills, and he was definitely not weaker than them. Besides, Murong Qingqing was beside him, and she was also a supreme talent. If they had the help of these 2 people, their chances of winning would be much higher. However, they soon frowned because they saw Lin Xian and the others standing aside and watching quietly. They didn't seem to have any intention of helping. Junior brother Lin, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Let's take down these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts together. Yeah, 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts. We're definitely going to make a fortune this time. Su Lai and the others shouted. Yang Cheng and Chen Feng were silent. They could guess why Lin Xian didn't attack immediately. It probably had something to do with the fact that they abandoned Lin Xian and the others. Thinking of this, they looked at each other and sighed. They were blinded by greed and wanted to take the demonic beasts for themselves. But now, it seemed that their decision was a mistake. Hearing Su Lai's voice, Su Yu was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. Now you have the nerve to talk about joining forces? Who was it that left us behind? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. He's too thick-skinned. He just did something wrong to us, and now he wants to join forces with us? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Su Yu and the others were furious. Hearing this, Su Lai and the others' faces darkened. Indeed, they abandoned Lin Xian and the others in order to take the demonic beasts for themselves. However, being reprimanded by 4 second sky venerables made him feel embarrassed. He immediately snorted. Junior brother Lin, now is not the time to be impulsive. I advise you to join forces with us. Otherwise, no one will get the silver-ranked demonic beasts. I think you'd better not multitask. Lin Xian shrugged and pointed to the front. Seeing Lin Xian's action, Su Lai's heart raced. He knew something was wrong. They were so focused on persuading Lin Xian that they forgot that there were 7 beasts in front of them. In the next moment, a terrifying hurricane came. It was mixed with countless silver light blades, and it quickly rushed towards the 3 teams. The momentum was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the ground was smashed into pieces. The hurricane whistled. Everyone's faces darkened. Many people were engulfed by the hurricane. They screamed and were blown away. Suddenly, a mermaid-like monster with silver scales all over its body turned into a beam of silver light and slammed into Sulai. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The terrifying force tore the void apart. Sulai's face changed. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Boss! Seeing this, many martial artists exclaimed and retreated. Even Sulai, the most powerful one, was blown away. They were no match for it. Yang Qing and Chen Feng felt their scalps tingle. They quickly led the team to a safe place. However, they did not leave. Instead, they confronted the silver-level demonic beasts again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up. Seeing this one-sided scene, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Murong Qingqin was also expressionless, but Su Yu and the rest were all extremely excited. Obviously, the impact just now was very satisfying for them. Su Lai got up from the ground. Ignoring the mockery of Su Yu and the rest, he looked at Lin Xian again. Junior brother Lin, we were wrong. We were too greedy. But I think we should work together this time. Otherwise, even if we lose, you won't be able to take down these silver-level demonic beasts. Hearing these words, Yang Cheng and Qin Feng also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. You think too much. Who says we can't take them down? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially Su Lai, whose mouth kept twitching. He was going crazy. He cursed in his heart. Damn brat, what do you think these are? Cabbages? Chapter 934. After all, the three teams were extremely powerful when they teamed up. Even so, they failed to take down the beasts. And now, Lin Xian said that they could do it alone? Su Lai thought it was hilarious. Qin Feng and Yang Qing also had a strange look on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Lin Xian's words. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. Su Lai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart to ensure that he wouldn't go berserk. He gritted his teeth and said, Junior brother Lin, don't joke around. There are 7 beasts, and one of them is at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. I'm afraid the 6 of you can't take them down. You don't have to worry about that. If you don't believe me, you can watch from the side. Having said that, Lin Xian ignored them and turned to look at the 7 silver-level beasts in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the others' mouths twitched. They could not believe it. On the other hand, Su Lai scoffed and said eerily, All right, I'll see how junior brother Lin deals with the 7 silver-level beasts. Then, he waved his sleeve and led his team to watch the show. In his opinion, Lin Xian could not fight against so many beasts. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly to show off. In his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely fail. He wanted to know what Lin Xian's expression would be after he failed. Moreover, he might not even need to beg Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian would come and beg them to team up. By then, they could use the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. Thinking of this, Su Lai smiled evilly. He could not wait to see Lin Xian's expression when he failed. Qin Feng and Yang Cheng did not speak. They led their teams to the side. Su Yu and the others came back to their senses and asked in shock, Junior brother Lin, are we really going to fight against the 7 silver-level beasts? Su Yu and the others were shocked. Even Su Lai and the other 2 teams could not fight against them. Now, Lin Xian wanted to fight them alone. Not only that, if there were any accidents during the fight, Su Lai and the others would not hesitate to add insult to injury. However, Lin Xian grinned. Don't worry, I am confident. Morong, I'll leave those 6 light, silver demonic beasts to you. Help me restrain them. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Murong Qingqing nodded. She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. With Murong Qingqing assisting from the side, Lin Xian was able to relax. This way, he could fully focus on dealing with the pure silver-colored demonic beast. In the next moment, he took out the black package on his back and slowly opened it. Then, a sharp aura gushed out, and countless sword shadows appeared in the void. What a powerful aura! That's a half-earth rank artifact. Everyone was shocked when they felt that sharp aura. Then, they suddenly remembered that Lin Xian still had a half-earth step artifact in his hand. That kind of weapon was exceptionally powerful, enough to multiply Lin Xian's attack power. Lin Xian's movements were very gentle. He slowly opened the black package and took out the Lone Star sword. The moment he held the Lone Star sword, his aura became unusually sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was quickly awakening. The silver-colored demonic beasts on the opposite side felt this aura and roared anxiously. They turned into numerous silver lights and rushed over. Seeing those silver figures, Murong Qingqing's body swayed and quickly rushed forward. Her palms danced, and the shadows of her palms were like butterflies flitting through flowers. They quickly enveloped the 6 demonic beasts. What? She wants to fight against 6 demonic beasts alone? Seeing Murong Qingqing's actions, everyone was stunned. Then Su Lai sneered. Although he knew about Murong Qingqing's reputation, it was limited to her beauty and identity. As for her strength, he did not agree. However, Murong Qingqing did not care about the surprised voices around her. Her jade-like hands fluttered, and mysterious shadows of her palms were quickly blasted out. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The silver demonic beast at the front was the first to be attacked. It was hit by the shadows of the palms and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. It crashed into the mountain behind it, creating a terrifying crater. The other 5 demonic beasts were also hit by the wind of the palms. They swayed and could not get close. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially Su Lai and the others. Their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such terrifying strength. Just as Murong Qingqing was restraining the 6 demonic beasts, Lin Xian also held the Lone Star sword, a terrifying intense sword from his body. A dazzling sword qi surged out from his body and shot into the sky. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it swept through the surroundings. Feeling the sword qi, many people's hearts beat wildly. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. The handsome young man in front of them was too terrifying. His strength was much stronger than when he fought with Heian Qingfeng. On the other side, the pure silver demonic beast naturally felt the sharp aura as well. It immediately roared uneasily. It was a demonic beast that was more than 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in silver scales that shone brightly. It looked like a strange fish that was standing upright. It was very strange. In its hand was a silver trident. With a furious roar, the strange silver demonic beast quickly rushed over. It was like a silver stream of light, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A powerful sword intent shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, he held the Lone Star sword tightly and slashed out. A dazzling sword qi flew out. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it quickly slashed forward. The huge sword qi slashed down, enveloping everything in front of it. Rumble! The sword qi flashed and countless air waves rolled. It was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Only when the sword qi disappeared did everyone open their eyes. They could not wait to look forward. Then their pupils constricted. Their faces were filled with shock as they stood rooted to the ground. In front of them, Lin Xian stood proudly. From under his feet, a huge crack spread into the distance, splitting the ground into 2 halves. The strange silver demonic beast was cut in half. Its body was split into 2 halves. The entire cut was flat. It was obvious that it was killed by a single slash. Not only that, but the destructive power of that slash was too great. The mountains in the distance were all split apart by that slash, and a terrifying transparent belt appeared. Shock, absolute shock. Countless people were stunned. They could not use words to describe their feelings at all. Especially Su Lai. A deep sense of fear rose in his heart. That was a pure silver demonic beast. It was equivalent to a peak third heaven venerable. However, it was killed by a single slash. It did not have the power to fight back at all. Lin Xian was too terrifying. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself a few times. One had to know that he had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian before. Who knew if Lin Xian would settle the score with him now? Chapter 935. Everyone else was shocked as well. Yang Hao and Qin Feng smiled bitterly. They didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, these silver beasts probably had nothing to do with them. Buzz! In front of them, a silver light shone from the split corpse of the beast. Then a walnut-sized light ball slowly rose and floated in the sky. Silver Demon Core! Seeing this, everyone exclaimed again. Not only that, but everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Especially Su Lai and the others, they were all excited. Their eyes were burning, and they couldn't wait to attack. Feeling the change in everyone's emotions, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice contained a sharp aura and a faint murderous intent. Suddenly, everyone's body trembled, and their eyes became clear again. Su Lai and the others were even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, and their faces were filled with fear. If they didn't hold back their greed and rushed forward, they would definitely be killed by the opponent's sword. Thinking of this, countless people lowered their heads and suppressed the desire in their hearts. However, even though Lin Xian had intimidated everyone around him, he had neglected one thing, and that was the other 6 silver-colored beasts. Seeing the silver demon core, the other 6 silver beasts roared one by one. Their voices were filled with eagerness. In the next moment, the 6 beasts went berserk. The demonic aura on their bodies burned rapidly, forming into balls of silver flames that wrapped around them. Their aura also skyrocketed in an instant. Roar! The 6 beasts roared ferociously and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Oh no, these beasts are going berserk. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others screamed. Seeing the silver-white demon core, the remaining 6 silver-ranked demon beasts' eyes turned red and they roared in anger. In the next moment, they all went berserk and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Obviously, they wanted to swallow the pure silver demon core. This scene made everyone's expression change, especially Su Yu and the other 3. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't expect these beasts to be so tempting. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen either. However, the silver-ranked demon core was something that he had his eyes on. He would not allow anyone else to fight for it, even if the other party had 6 silver-ranked demon beasts. With a cold snort, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star sword once again and was about to attack. At this moment, a delicate shout came from the front, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Murong Qingcheng let out a shout, and her jade-like hands quickly slapped downwards. That palm was as white as jade as it slowly descended. Everyone was suspicious. They looked at each other in dismay because they didn't see the terrifying scene that they had imagined. However, in the next moment, their jaws dropped and their eyes were filled with shock, because at some point, 6 terrifying purple palms had appeared in the sky. The purple palm was the size of a house. Purple energy surged, and it carried with it a terrifying collision sound like thunder and lightning. The 6 purple palms that looked like gods and devils suddenly appeared above the 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts and slammed down on them. Bang! The earth trembled, and a terrifying, trembling sound could be heard. Spiritual qi surged in all directions, and purple lightning descended. In the blink of an eye, the 6 silver-ranked beasts turned into blood mist. Meanwhile, 6 palm prints appeared on the ground. They were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom, and they were emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned, especially Su Lai and the others. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Many people were trembling, and their hearts were filled with fear. Those were 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts, which was equivalent to 6 level 3 supremacies. However, they were killed in an instant. Furthermore, they were killed in a single blow. This method was truly heaven-defying. What exactly were those purple palms? Qin Feng and the rest also looked at the sky solemnly. However, the sky had already regained its clarity, and the mysterious purple palms were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. The purple palms appeared so suddenly that even he didn't notice them in advance. This girl's strength is so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that unless he used extreme speed to dodge the attack just now, he wouldn't be able to break through it at all. In the sky, it was as if the purple palms had never appeared. However, the 6 terrifying palm prints on the ground showed its power. There were also 6 silver-ranked demonic cores floating in the 6 palm prints. However, the color was slightly lighter than the previous one. Murong Qingqing waved her hand, and the 6 silver-ranked demonic cores flew into her hand. Then the terrifying aura on his body quickly disappeared and finally entered his body. In the next moment, Murong Qingqing's figure fluttered like a purple ray of light and instantly arrived beside Lin Xian. She stretched out her lotus-like arm and gently opened her palm. 6 silver-ranked demonic cores appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Including the one in Lin Xian's hand, there were a total of 7 demonic cores, and all of them were obtained by them. Lin Xian looked at the demonic cores in his hand, and his lips curled into a smile. His soul was outstanding, and naturally he could clearly feel the energy contained within the silver-ranked demonic cores. It definitely surpassed the thousands of bronze-ranked demonic cores in his hand. No wonder so many people were trying so hard to find silver-ranked demonic cores. It was for no other reason than the terrifying energy contained within them. Perhaps the most precious thing in this lair was these silver-ranked demonic cores. I'll leave these demonic cores to you for safekeeping first. Lin Xian smiled and placed the pure silver-ranked demonic core in Murong Qingqing's hand. All right, then leave them with me first. I'll keep them for you, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Looking at the 7 silver-ranked demonic cores in her hand, Su Lai and the others' eyes burned with passion, and they couldn't wait to snatch them. However, they restrained themselves in the end, and at the same time let out a deep sigh. Whether it was Lin Xian or Murong Qingqing, the strength that they had displayed had completely surpassed theirs. Even if they had more people, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Lin Xian's sword almost split the entire demonic beast lair open. Perhaps none of them could block that sword. As for Murong Qingqing, they didn't dare to provoke her. Who knew when a terrifying purple palm would appear above their heads? Therefore, although Qin Feng and the others' eyes burned with passion, they knew that these things had nothing to do with them, especially Su Lai, who looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in his eyes. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and didn't even dare to stay here for a moment. If Lin Xian were to find trouble with him and settle accounts with him, then he would really be finished. Thinking of this, Su Lai's scalp went numb, and his heart was filled with fear. He quickly retreated and led his subordinates away. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng and Yang Hao also called their subordinates and left. Chapter 936. However, in the end, he didn't make a move. Forget it. They must have peed their pants by now. There was no need for him to threaten them. They wouldn't dare to trouble him in the future. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored them. He picked up a silver demon core and gave it to Su Yu and the others. Su Yu and the others looked at the silver demon core in shock. They didn't expect Lin Xian to give them one. They didn't even make a move from the beginning to the end. Junior brother Lin, this is not appropriate. This thing is too precious. Su Yu shook her head. Although she was excited, she knew that this thing was too precious. She couldn't take it. Senior sister Su, just take it. Without your news, we wouldn't have been able to come to this monster lair. Morong Ching tried to persuade her. Junior sister Morong, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, to be honest, it is already a huge surprise for us to be able to obtain 700 bronze demon cores this time. We will not accept these silver demon cores. Su Yu shook her head. She wasn't a greedy person. She didn't contribute at all during the battle, so she would feel uneasy if they took it away. How about this? I'll give you the bronze demon cores. Seeing that she insisted, Lin Xian didn't force her. He took back the silver demon core and took out a storage bag. There were more than 1,000 bronze demon cores inside. Senior sister Su, don't refuse this time. Lin Xian handed over the storage bag. Thank you, junior brother Lin and junior sister Morong. In the end, Su Yu accepted the storage pouch. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. The two girls and the young man were also excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so generous and give them 1,000 bronze demon cores. Since there are no more silver demon beasts, there's no need to stay here. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Su Yu and the others nodded. Then, Lin Xian and the others flew towards the exit of the monster lair. It didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because there were violent fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the exit, as well as the sound of metal clashing. This time, not only Lin Xian but Su Yu and the others also heard it because the fighting sounds were too intense. The sounds of fighting ahead made Lin Xian and the others frown. Furthermore, judging from the fluctuation of the aura, it shouldn't be a demonic beast. In that case, there was only one outcome left, and that was a battle between the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. The 6 of them didn't know what had happened, but they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Speed up, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he took the lead and flew out. Everyone followed behind him and rushed towards the exit. This time their speed was very fast, so it didn't take long for them to arrive near the entrance of the demonic beast lair. The next moment, Lin Xian's frown deepened because he saw that most of the people from the 3 teams that had left earlier were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Even Su Lai, Qin Feng, and the others were injured, and they looked ahead with anger. In front of them stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a long black robe, while the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them stood there casually, their eyes filled with mockery. It was obvious that the ones who had injured Su Lai and the others were these 2 people. Murong Qingqing and the others had also arrived. When they saw the scene of wailing on the ground, their faces turned ugly. Moreover, the male and female figures who owed the fee were also looking at Lin Xian's group at this moment. Their eyes also contained a trace of ridicule. The black-white double demons, it's actually them. Su Yu saw the 2 figures in front of her and immediately exclaimed, her voice carrying a trace of fear. The black-white double demons? Are they also from the academy? Lin Xian asked. Naturally, he could feel the fear in Su Yu's voice, which made him even more confused. One had to know that when they faced the 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts earlier, she didn't have such emotions. They are indeed disciples of the academy. The man is the black demon, and the woman is the white demon. The 2 of them are cruel and often walk together, so they're called the black-white double demons. Su Yu's face was very ugly. The black-white double demons are very cruel. Fighting and stealing are common for them. However, because they are very strong, very few people can compete with them, which made them even more famous. Oh, you know quite a lot. At this moment, the white demon said in a strange tone. Hearing this voice, Su Yu's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Lin Xian glanced at the other party coldly, then asked again, "How strong are they?" "I don't know, but they are very strong." The two of them once challenged Li Yunfei, but they were defeated. After that, they haven't appeared for more than half a year. I didn't expect them to appear at the Demon Slaying Conference this time. They challenged Li Yunfei. Lin Xian whispered and narrowed his eyes. Although they were defeated in the end, those who dared to challenge Li Yunfei were definitely not weaklings. It seemed that the two of them were indeed very difficult to deal with. "Junior brother Lin, the two of them are cruel. If possible, don't get into a conflict with them." Su Yu whispered to him. "I'll try my best." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, but it seemed that the other party didn't intend to let them go. "Are you guys done talking?" At this moment, the white demon spoke again. "How is it, little brother? Do you understand our strength and style?" The white demon asked softly. Her voice was very soft. If one didn't know better, they would think that she was the big sister next door. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't think so, because the dozens of people lying on the ground were all injured by the two of them. "I do understand, but I don't know why you two are here. Are you waiting for us?" Lin Xian still had a smile on his face. He wasn't very nervous. "Waiting for you?" You guessed right. We are indeed waiting for you," the white demon said softly. Next to her, the black demon said coldly, "Since you know how powerful we are, quickly hand over the silver demon core in your hands." "Yes, hand it over obediently, and you can avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, you will be like them, begging for mercy on the ground," the white demon next to her said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces became very ugly. Sure enough, these people were coming for them. Not only that, they wanted to snatch the silver demon core. With Lin Xian's character, he would definitely not agree. Su Yu tried to control her body, took a deep breath, and whispered, "If we fight later, we must help junior brother Lin." Chapter 937. Hearing this, the remaining three nodded desperately. They had not known Lin Xian for long, but he had taken good care of them. Not only had he led them to the nest, but he had also given them an extra 1,000 green bronze demon cores. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, they had to help him. Morong Qingqing said slowly, "Don't worry, the situation won't be that bad." Lin Xian heard their words and sneered. "You two are really straightforward. No wonder you're called the Black-White Double Demons." Cut the crap. We don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the silver demon cores, and we'll spare you the pain. Otherwise, we'll beat you until you hand them over. I have a bad temper, so I'll only give you one chance. Get lost, or face the consequences," Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others were stunned. This Lin Xian was too strong. Good, good, good. Hey laughed loudly. "It seems that we haven't been out for a long time, and some people have forgotten our reputation. You're the first one who dares to talk to us like this." The next moment, Hey suddenly roared, and his spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. A black long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The long sword was about 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was like a black poisonous snake, blooming with black light. Buzz! The black light condensed and formed a huge crescent sword light, slashing downward. The wind howled and spiritual energy surged. The black sword light made a harsh sound in the air as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The surrounding mountains and boulders were also turned into ashes under the aftermath of the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the black sword light had already arrived above Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted, and the cold air on his body surged. It quickly condensed into a large blue fist in front of him and blasted upward. Bang! A low sound was heard. The sword chi surged and spread in all directions. The cold air was extremely piercing. The two terrifying forces surged and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. He can block it? Behind, Bai Sha was also surprised. No wonder he had been in the limelight recently. It seemed that he had some ability. Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the academy recently, so the twin demons of black and white had naturally heard of him. However, they didn't take it to heart. As far as they were concerned, the other party was merely a brat who had just entered the academy. Back then, when they were all powerful, the other party was nowhere to be found. However, from the looks of it now, the other party wasn't completely useless. "Kid, you're more capable than I thought." He Sha put away his black long sword and said coldly, "If you don't want to hand over the silver demon core, that's fine too. As long as you leave the Lone Star sword behind, we'll let you leave safely and won't take your demon cores." "Hee, kid, the Lone Star sword is a waste in your hands. Only by handing it over to us can it flourish. With the Lone Star sword, we will definitely be able to kill Li Yunfei this time." He Sha's eyes were also burning with passion. "If you want the Lone Star sword, we'll have to see if you have what it takes." Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold. First, they wanted his demon core. Now, they wanted to snatch the Lone Star sword. Did they really think that he was a pushover? However, I think that even if you two have the Lone Star sword, you're still no match for Li Yunfei. Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, what did you say?" He Sha suddenly screamed. "You're courting death." He Sha's face was gloomy and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Back then, when they had just entered the academy, they were also extremely ambitious. Together with the brother and sister, they could be said to be an invincible team. Very few people were their match. However, there was another person who had risen rapidly at that time, and that was Li Yunfei. Moreover, his reputation was even greater than the brother and sisters. Naturally, the two of them were unwilling to fall behind. Hence, they decided to challenge Li Yunfei. However, what shocked them was that Li Yunfei had defeated the brother and sister in just one move. To them, that was simply humiliating. Hence, they didn't attempt to enter the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard again. Instead, they focused on cultivating and swore that they would definitely defeat Li Yunfei. However, as their cultivation increased, they became more aware of how terrifying Li Yunfei was. When they came out of seclusion this time, they found out that Lin Xian had a half-Earth rank treasure and immediately had an idea. If they had a half-Earth rank treasure, their strength would definitely increase exponentially. By then, their chances of defeating Li Yunfei would also greatly increase. Hence, the current situation had occurred. Now, Lin Xian had said that even if they had the Lone Star sword, they would still be no match for Li Yunfei. This was definitely a stab to their sore spot. The black-white double demons were filled with murderous intent and wished that they could tear each other apart. "Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some reputation. In front of us, you're nothing. Ever since I mentioned Li Yunfei's name, the two of you have become irritable and restless. It seems that Li Yunfei is really your inner demon. Someone who even has a flaw in his martial arts heart dares to be arrogant in front of me." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You're courting death." He Sha was furious. The spiritual power on his body erupted and wrapped around him like a black flame. A violent and ferocious aura swept out in all directions. This aura is so powerful. Su Yu and the others' faces changed drastically. They did not expect the black-white double demon's cultivation to increase so quickly. Compared to before, there was a world of difference. Judging by their aura, they had probably reached the peak of the third heaven of the honorable realm. "Kid, I'll let you see the power of the black-white double demons today." He Sha's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He flew out quickly like a ghost and held the black long sword in his hand tightly. With a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. A pitch-black sword light gushed out from the sword and turned into a sword light that was hundreds of feet long in the air, filling the surroundings. Black Moon Slash. With a roar, the black sword light that was hundreds of feet long in the sky surged and turned into a black moon. A shocking power was emitted from the black moon, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Hey! Shah waved his arms, and the black longsword fell. The black moon in the sky also changed and smashed downward like a meteorite. Rumble! Before the black moon arrived, the aftermath had already penetrated the ground, and countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Su Yu and the others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated quickly. They could not withstand the power at all. Murong Qingqian also stepped lightly on the ground. Like a purple phantom, she landed in a safe area far away. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He raised his head slightly and looked at the black moon in the sky. The aura on his body was also quickly condensing. Rumble! However, in the next moment, the black moon in the sky suddenly emitted a black light. Its speed instantly increased and directly shrouded Lin Xian. A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a black light quickly hit the ground, forming a black energy storm that quickly spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground was mercilessly torn apart. Countless mountains collapsed, and half of the entire monster lair collapsed. Junior Brother Lin. Chapter 938. Junior Brother Lin. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others were shocked and screamed because they saw that Lin Xian was completely shrouded by the black moon. They could not imagine the consequences of being hit by this attack. Murong Qingqian did not scream, but her face was solemn, and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes. A vague and terrifying aura was quickly condensing in her body, and it was about to erupt at any time. Ha 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 ha. You're so weak. I really don't know where you got your reputation from. He Shah stood proudly with a black long sword in his hand. He looked down at the energy storm with disdain. Previously, he saw that the opponent was eloquent and thought that he was someone extraordinary. Now, it seemed that he could not even block his sword. What a joke! You're really weak. Your attack is trash. You can't even break my defense. I don't know where you black, white, double demons got your reputation. The same disdainful voice sounded, but this voice came from the energy storm. What? That's impossible. He Shah was stunned and then exclaimed. He was familiar with this voice. It was Lin Xian's voice. Listening to his voice, it seemed that he was not hurt at all. But how could this be? He could not believe it. Junior Brother Lin. Su Yu and the others also exclaimed, and there was a touch of surprise in their eyes. Murong Qingqian, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile, and the horrifying energy inside her body also disappeared quietly. The next moment, in the black energy storm, a red light suddenly bloomed, like the sun, shining in all directions. Boom! A huge and majestic force rushed out from the center of the energy storm and quickly swept in all directions. With that force, the entire storm suddenly split open, and a huge red palm stretched out from the ground. It was extremely terrifying. The entire black energy storm was forcefully torn apart by this palm. The red palm was dozens of feet tall and bright red. It bloomed with a metallic light, and countless rays of light hung down, wrapping Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. There was a touch of disdain in the corner of his mouth, and his cold eyes looked forward. What? I'm really fine. Seeing this, He Shah's pupils shrank. That's impossible. Beside him, the white fiend screamed. She knew how powerful that black moonlight was. Most likely, no third heaven venerables would be able to block it. However, the other party was a second-rank venerable realm cultivator. Not only had he blocked the attack, he hadn't even suffered a single injury. This was too shocking. She couldn't believe it. Su Yu and the others were even more shocked. The energy shockwave from the black sword chi was already too much for them to bear. One could only imagine what kind of attack Lin Xian had to endure. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Although it was hard to believe, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian being fine was the best news for them. Murom Chingcheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she believed in Lin Xian, the scene, just now still made her heart skip a beat. Since you're done attacking, isn't it my turn now? Lin Xian said coldly. Then his fingers moved quickly and formed a strange seal. Following his actions, the huge red palm above him also formed a seal quickly. In the next moment, a blazing power surged out from the huge red palm. Red light surged and quickly condensed. Countless flames danced and dyed the entire sky red. In the sea of fire, a clear voice was heard. Then a fiery red figure flew out and covered the entire sky. Vermilion bird seal. Following Lin Xian's shout, a vermilion bird was born from the fire. It looked like a real divine beast. Block it. He Sha roared, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. He held his black sword tightly and quickly slashed out several sword chi. Bang! 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 In the void, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Although the black sword chi was terrifying, it was shattered by the vermilion bird in an even fiercer manner. With every sword chi that was shattered, He Sha's face turned paler. In the end, his entire arm was trembling slightly. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent's strength was. However, before he could recover from the shock, the huge vermilion bird was already in front of him. It spread its wings that were hundreds of feet long and covered the sky. Soon, it completely enveloped He Sha. In an instant, He Sha's body trembled. He had suffered an unimaginable attack. Terrifying flames quickly enveloped him and burned him fiercely. In the sky, the huge fiery red fireball burned and covered the entire sky. Although the crowd could not see the scene inside, they knew that He Sha was suffering unimaginable pain from the screams that came from time to time. Seeing the scene, Su Yu and the rest were stunned and could not believe it. That was the powerful He Sha who was at the peak of the third heaven of the venerable realm. Yet, he could not defeat Lin Xian in one move. Those teams that were originally injured also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror, and they even forgot about the pain on their bodies. They knew how powerful He Sha was. He had defeated 3 of their teams by himself. It could even be said that they had no power to resist in front of He Sha. But now, such a powerful martial artist actually could not beat Lin Xian. You're courting death. Split it open. Beside him, Bai Sha's face was gloomy. She shouted, and a silver-white long sword appeared in her hand. It was also extremely slender. The sword light surged and turned into a white snake that quickly rushed into the sea of fire in the sky. At this moment, the sea of fire in the sky had already dimmed. Coupled with the attack of the sword, a crack was finally torn open. Soon, a figure appeared from the flames and landed on the ground below. Bang! He Sha landed heavily on the ground and smashed a terrifying deep pit. The tremor caused the ground to shake continuously. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. He Sha was even more charred. He climbed up from the deep pit with difficulty and looked at the young figure in the sky with shock in his eyes. Now, do you still dare to snatch the Lone Star sword? Lin Xian stood in the air and said coldly. Seeing his expression, He Sha suddenly had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He endured the pain on his body and retreated quickly. Sure enough, the ground where he was originally standing suddenly cracked open. Countless ice spikes pierced out from the ground like the spears of a demon god. Waves of icy aura bloomed and froze the entire ground. Brat, how dare you? Bai Sha shouted angrily when she saw the scene. The white scale sword in her hand bloomed with silver light again. Obviously, she was going to attack again. At this moment, a purple light flashed across the sky like purple thunder. A vast and terrifying aura instantly filled the entire sky. When the aura appeared, even Bai Sha's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she quickly turned her head. Chapter 939. Looking at the beautiful girl in purple, White Fiend's face finally turned serious. Although he had noticed her before, he didn't expect her to be so powerful. However, just as White Fiend was being restrained by Morong Chingcheng, the situation changed again. Another low voice sounded, followed by a figure crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Black Fiend's body was covered in ice shards, and his entire body was frozen green. Looking at Lin Xian, who was slowly flying over from the sky, his face turned ugly. This time he was defeated. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. You dare to snatch the Lone Star's sword with such strength? Lin Xian looked at the wretched figure on the ground with a look of disdain. Don't be so smug. I admit that I underestimated you. But if you think that you can defeat us black-white double demons, you're too naive. Black Fiend stood up from the ground and removed the ice shards on his body as he spoke with a gloomy face. At the same time, White Fiend appeared beside Black Fiend and looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy face. Big brother, are we going to use that move? Yes, this kid is too much. We have to get rid of him. Black Sand gritted his teeth and said. Then his eyes shone with a ferocious light. Kid, this was originally prepared to deal with Li Yunfei. I didn't expect to use it on you. Fine, I'll let you see the true power of us black-white double demons. Black Fiend's voice was cold with a hint of ferocity. He held the black, long sword in his hand tightly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings and became more and more intense. The gust of wind contained countless sword chi, forming sharp blades that scraped against a mountain peak, leaving countless scars on it. Looking at this terrifying scene, Suyu and the rest trembled slightly, and the shock in their eyes became more and more intense. Although Black Fiend was suppressed by Lin Xian previously, one had to admit that the black-white double demons were too famous. At least in the Immortal Martial Academy, they were definitely demon-like existences. Moreover, after such a long period of closed-door cultivation, their strength was definitely terrifying. Therefore, although Lin Xian was able to suppress the other party, it was inevitable that the other party would be careless. If the other party were to use his trump card now, it would be hard to tell who would win. The twin ghosts of Black and White were also enraged, especially the Black Ghost. His face was extremely ferocious. To think that the Black-White twin malevolence had shaken the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Originally, after coming out from closed-door seclusion, their strength had increased tremendously, and their chances of winning against Li Yunfei would be greatly increased. However, they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a new student before even meeting Li Yunfei. This was something they couldn't accept. Therefore, Black Fiend decided to use his new unique skill to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. Otherwise, if word of this got out, how would the black-white double demons survive in the future? Moreover, they were determined to obtain the Lone Star sword in the other party's hand. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, the twin ghosts of Black and White would attack with all their might. The black spiritual power on Heisha's body surged like a black flame. It danced and circled behind him to form a black full moon. Beside him, the White Fiend also cried out. She released countless rays of silver light, which formed a white-scaled snake that coiled around her. The two of them went all out, no longer holding back. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions. The two of you actually attacked at the same time to bully a new student. Aren't you afraid of losing face if word of this gets out? Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't hold it in anymore. Although they couldn't help Lin Xian in terms of combat strength, they wouldn't give in to the other party in terms of words. The black-white twin ghosts are ganging up to bully a new student. How shameless! However, the Black Fiend coldly snorted. What do you know? We, the black-white twin ghosts, are originally a team. Of course, we have to attack together. It doesn't matter if he's a new student or not. Even if he's an ant, The two of us will kill him at the same time. The black-white twin ghosts couldn't be provoked by words. They were determined to take down Lin Xian together. Kid, as long as you obediently kneel down and apologize and hand over the Lone Star, sword with both hands, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the consequences aren't something you can bear. As the Black Fiend's voice fell, their aura became stronger and stronger. The black moon behind them also turned black, as if it had floated from hell with a strange aura. Hearing the other party's threat, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Promise me that you won't appear in front of me again. Perhaps I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you this time. Otherwise, the consequences of angering me aren't something you can bear." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched violently. This guy was too arrogant. Didn't he see that the black-white twin ghosts were obviously going to use their ultimate move? The fact that they dared to use this ultimate move against Li Yunfei was enough to show how terrifying their trump card was. Yet Lin Xian still dared to be so arrogant. Was he really not afraid of death? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Black Fiend was so angry that she laughed. "Good. What an arrogant kid. I hope you can still be so arrogant later." The White Fiend raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Those who offend the black-white twin ghosts will not have a good ending." Then the two of them walked toward Lin Xian step by step with cold expressions. With every step they took, their aura became more tyrannical. In the end, their spiritual power pressure merged and pressed toward Lin Xian. "Do you want to attack together?" Seeing the terrifying aura, Morong Qingqing also came to Lin Xian's side and asked with a solemn expression, "Don't worry, I can still handle this situation." Lin Xian smiled and was very calm. If it was before, Lin Xian might not be able to compete with the black-white twin ghosts. However, it was different now. His cultivation had broken through to the third heaven of the Venerable Realm, and his strength had increased by several times compared to before. Moreover, he had these two great weapons in his hands. One was the Lone Star sword, and the other was the red lotus gloves. Not to mention the black-white twin ghosts. Even if Li Yunfei was here, Lin Xian would not be afraid. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, Morong Qingqing nodded and retreated to the side. She knew that although Lin Xian was sometimes arrogant, he was not arrogant. Now that he said he could handle it, he definitely could. Seeing that Morong Qingqing had retreated, Su Yu and the others said worriedly, "Junior Sister Morong, can junior brother Lin really do it alone? Why don't we attack together? Even if we can't defeat them, we should still be able to leave safely." "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Morong Qingqing smiled and then looked at the confident figure in front of her again. Chapter 940. She had never felt this way before, and she did not even know how to explain it. However, as Lin Xian did not appear frequently, his figure would often appear in her heart. Only then did Morong Qingqing know that she might have fallen in love with Lin Xian. At first, she felt that it was inconceivable. Although Lin Xian was outstanding, according to the eyes of ordinary people, he was not worthy of her. In terms of family background, although Lin Xian's background was still uncertain, it was obvious that he was not from a king family. Before this, countless disciples from king families had pursued her, but Morong Qingqing had never been moved. In terms of appearance, Lin Xian was extraordinarily handsome, but he was not the most handsome man in the world. In terms of strength and talent, Lin Xian was not the most powerful person in the Tianwu continent. However, Morong Qingqing had developed feelings for him. At this moment, Morong Qingqing looked at the figure in front of her and understood what attracted her. It was confidence, unyielding, and stubbornness. Seeing the confident smile on the other party's face, Morong Qingqing's lips also curled into a smile. Ever since she had known Lin Xian, she had never seen Lin Xian lower his head to anyone, whether it was the black-white double demons this time, or the stronger opponents in the past. Even when facing the siege of many forces, Lin Xian was still fearless and angrily counterattacked. Perhaps to some people, this might be seen as arrogance, insolence, and weakness, but for some reason, Murong Qingqing admired Lin Xian's attitude. Just like now, Lin Xian was facing the ferocious black-white double demons alone, but he was not afraid. In front of her, Lin Xian naturally did not know what Murong Qingqing was thinking. At this moment, he was facing the combined attack of the black-white double demons, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. It had to be said that the black-white double demons were indeed incomparably powerful. At this moment, the terrifying pressure formed by the two of them was not something that any third-level venerable could resist. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of things like pressure. In fact, it didn't affect him at all. Seeing that Lin Xian was still calm in the face of such a huge pressure, the twin ghosts of black and white snorted coldly. Instantly, their auras erupted like a torrential flood. The black moon rose and hung in the sky. Its black light shone in all directions. At the same time, a white silk snake roared ferociously. Its voice was terrifying, and it was not any weaker than the silver-level demonic beasts here. This is their martial spirit. Feeling this aura, Su Yu's voice trembled. "Brat, accept your punishment." A cold voice sounded. Then the black-white double demons rushed over. The two of them were very fast, drawing a black and white light in the void. "Black Moon." "By Lin." Two angry shouts resounded. The black full moon and the white-scaled serpent in the sky simultaneously emitted fierce rays of light and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian's location. Their martial souls complemented each other and sealed off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. "Brat, let's see how you deal with our martial souls." Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the martial soul that was flying at high speed. He tapped his feet lightly and his body swayed. In an instant, there were countless afterimages in the air. In the next moment, the two martial souls fell and emitted a terrifying wave of energy, blasting all the afterimages away. However, the afterimages that were hit all turned into spiritual energy and merged into the void. Lin Xian's real body disappeared. What a strange body movement! The white demon's voice was dignified, and he looked around. The black demon's face was terrifyingly gloomy. In the previous battle with Lin Xian, his opponent relied on this strange body movement to dodge most of his attacks. Behind! Suddenly, the black demon frowned and turned around abruptly. He controlled the black, full moon above his head and blasted it behind him. He had suffered a loss before, so this time he paid special attention to Lin Xian's body movement. In addition, he used his martial soul to observe the surroundings, so he immediately discovered the location of Lin Xian's real body. Beside him, the white demon heard the warning and did not hesitate. The white scale sword in his hand cooperated with the white spiritual snake and quickly stabbed behind him. Terrifying energy surged and the void was mercilessly torn apart. Not far behind, a figure was shrouded by the two forces. However, it quickly turned into spiritual energy again and dissipated in the air. He dodged it again. The white demon was surprised. She did not expect her opponent to be able to dodge such an attack. "Be careful! This brat's body movement is very strange." The black demon reminded her in a low voice. The black demon had to remind her. Although the brother and sister were extremely powerful together, if their opponent relied on his strange body movement to attack one of them, it would definitely cause them great trouble. Although the brother and sister's strength were on par, the white demon's strength was weaker. In addition, he already had some experience in the previous battle with Lin Xian. The black demon guessed that Lin Xian was likely to attack the white shark, so he quickly reminded the white demon. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank because a figure had already appeared on his left. On his right was the white demon, and on his left was naturally the enemy. The black demon's face was gloomy. He did not expect Lin Xian to come to him. This was definitely a naked provocation. He sneered and stabbed out with the black sword in his hand. Countless sword chi surged and quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, an azure ice long sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He brandished the long sword, and cold air gushed out from it. This was the half-earth rank martial art he obtained in the True Spirit Palace, the Four Seasons swordsmanship. He had already practiced it to the phenomenal success stage. At this moment, he used the ice sword together with the sword of the East of the Four Seasons swordsmanship. The power was terrifying to the extreme. Ding, ding, ding. The sword chi collided with a sonorous roar. The black sword chi was completely blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian even stabbed out 2 more times. In an instant, the black demon's body was covered with a thick layer of ice again. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The black demon roared, and the spiritual power in his body surged, shattering the layer of ice on his body. However, he was still shocked. Now that he had attacked with all his strength and coupled with his martial soul, it could be said to be incomparably powerful. The sword technique just now was definitely not something a third-level honored realm cultivator could handle. However, the other party had blocked it all, which shocked him. Half-earth rank martial art. I didn't expect you to have such a martial art. The black demon's face was gloomy as he clenched the black sword in his hand. "Big brother, are you okay?" The white demon asked. Below, Su Yueshua and the others were also shocked because they found that Lin Xian had suppressed the black demon again. One had to know that the black demon's strength had increased by a lot compared to before. At least now, the other party had displayed the power of his martial soul. "Kill!" The black demon was really angry. He held the black sword in his hand and exuded a monstrous killing intent. The other party had provoked him again and again, which was intolerable. "Kid, don't think that you're the only one who has a half-earth rank martial art. I have it too." Chapter 941. This was originally prepared for Li Yunfei. "Now go to hell." Accompanied by He Sha's hideous voice, Bai Sha also roared and swam quickly like black and white death chi, merging continuously. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them. Not only that, their martial souls also started to merge. The black moon gradually solidified and shrunk rapidly. In the end, it became the size of a millstone and was swallowed by the white spiritual snake. In the next moment, the white spiritual snake underwent a shocking change. It roared angrily, and black scales appeared among the silver-white scales on its body. Not only that, but a few huge claws appeared on its abdomen. The sharp claws danced and tore the void apart easily. "Snake to flood dragon, it's a flood dragon!" Su Yu and the rest were shocked and felt goosebumps. They did not expect the black-white double demons' martial souls to merge and evolve into a flood dragon martial soul. This was beyond their knowledge. No wonder they dared to use this move against Li Yunfei. Just the aura of the black and white flood dragon was not something a third heaven honorable could resist. At this moment, countless people felt uneasy and retreated frantically. The faces of the cultivators in the 3 teams also changed greatly. Like frightened rabbits, they desperately flew into the distance. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the black-white double demons were left in the beast lair. The entire beast lair was shrouded in a terrifying black and white aura. It was dizzy and very oppressive. Not only that, countless black and white auras gathered under the feet of the black and white flood dragon, forming clouds. There were also streaks of lightning flashing within. A deep roar like a dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Following this terrifying roar, countless lightning flashed and fell quickly, blasting in all directions. Rumble! The ground cracked and was charred black. The surroundings were filled with countless lightning bolts. It was extremely terrifying. The people outside had already left. When they heard the dragon's roar and the thunder, they were shocked. They had no idea what was happening inside. But judging from the terrifying aura, it was definitely extremely dangerous. They just did not know if Lin Xian could resist it. In the beast lair, Lin Xian looked at the black and white flood dragon with a grave expression. Martial soul fusion, he whispered to himself. His eyes were shining. His opponent's martial spirit was very strange. It was actually able to fuse. This was completely beyond his understanding. However, this also made him extremely happy. Since the other party's martial spirits could fuse, then he alone had two martial spirits. If he could fuse them, what kind of changes would occur? He didn't dare to imagine it, but at the very least, its power would definitely be greater than the current one. Looks like these two guys have some good stuff on them. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the black-white double demons. He decided to get the method of fusing martial spirits from the other party. However, if he wanted to snatch the other party's cultivation method, he had to defeat the other party first. Thinking of this, Lin Xian focused his gaze and let out a long roar. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, like a peerless divine sword, incomparably clever. With a clench of his fist, the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul surged within his body. At that moment, a huge sword chi gushed out from Lin Xian's body, enveloping his entire body. It was incomparably sharp, and countless tiny sword chi swam around him. Fusion of the four seasons, splitting the heavens with a sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Then the long sword in his hand slashed out, and a sword chi flashed, quickly slashing towards the sky. This was the ultimate move of the Four Seasons swordplay. The Four Seasons swordplay's concept had been fused, and it contained a supreme concept that was said to be able to split the heavens and earth. Sure enough, the moment the long sword slashed out, the entire ground cracked, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared. It was as if the earth had been split open. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This sword chi was too sharp, and nothing could stop it. In the void, a few hundred feet of sword chi swept across, slashing towards the black-white double demons. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party dared to take the initiative to attack, the black-white double demons were infuriated. The two of them roared and controlled the black and white flood dragon in the air, rushing towards the sword chi in the sky. The black and white flood dragon roared, and with endless black and white chi and lightning, it violently collided with the shocking sword chi. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out, and the entire space shook. The huge demonic beast lair was torn apart by the terrifying energy at this moment. The flood dragon roared, and thunder fell like a heavenly tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, drowning the entire space. And in this sea of lightning, a sword light soared into the sky like a startled swan, slicing the terrifying sea of lightning into two halves. Rumble! Countless bolts of thunder appeared and blasted towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's body was covered with a layer of red lotus battle armor, which completely blocked the violent lightning. In the next moment, he raised his arm and slashed out with the wind shadow sword again. Another shocking sword chi flew out and slashed towards the sky. This sword was even more violent and biting cold than the previous one. Countless bolts of lightning were instantly cut in half. The cuts were even and could not be healed. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the black-white double demons' hearts beat wildly. They originally thought that the previous attack was their opponent's limit. However, they did not expect Lin Xian's next attack to be even more terrifying than the previous one. This was completely beyond their expectations. Under their horrified gazes, the black and white serpent dragon was also struck by the sword. It immediately let out a miserable cry and was sent flying. The black-white double demons' faces turned pale, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. "Run!" The black demon roared and shot up into the sky. The white demon's face was pale as he followed, closely behind. His eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so fierce. Even after martial soul fusion, they were no match for it. One had to know that that was their ultimate move. They knew that they were going to lose today. Facing Lin Xian, they had no chance of winning. So, in order to preserve their strength, they could only leave. In the distance, the crowd saw the demonic beast lair split open. They were dumbfounded. However, not long after, they saw the black-white double demons. They thought the battle was over, but then they saw the black-white double demons running away. Suddenly, their expressions became very interesting. How is this possible? The black-white double demons are running away? Su Yu and the others stuttered. Su Lai and the others' eyelids twitched as they stared blankly at the scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was already good enough to hold on. However, they did not expect the black-white double demons to be the ones running away. Morong Qingqing saw this scene and completely relaxed. She knew that Lin Xian had won this battle. There was no suspense. Don't you think it's a little too late to leave now? Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this voice, the escaping black-white double demons trembled and almost fell. However, they gritted their teeth and sped up again. Chapter 942. Looking at the two fleeing figures, Lin Xian sneered. Then, the power of wind and thunder surged behind him, quickly condensing into a pair of wind and thunder wings. On the wings, the power of wind and thunder flowed, forming strange runes that were incomparably mysterious. With a flap of the wings, Lin Xian instantly flew out like a bolt of lightning across the sky. In the next moment, he arrived above the black-white double demons. With a long roar, the wind shadow sword in his hand quickly enlarged into a giant green sword that was almost 100 feet long. Then, Lin Xian swung the giant sword fiercely toward the black-white double demons. In an instant, the entire sky exploded. Countless wild winds surged, splitting the surrounding mountains. Dodge! The black demon roared and quickly increased his speed. On the two of them, the spiritual power quickly burned and turned into flames, providing a powerful boost to the two of them. Dodge? Can you dodge? Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the giant sword in his hand slammed down. Boom! In an instant, the giant sword shrouded the black demon. Like swatting a fly, the black demon was swatted back. The black demon was hit hard and felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. He could not resist at all and could only watch his body fly backward. Blood splattered in the sky. The black demon landed heavily in the ruins below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brother! Seeing this, the white demon screamed, Boy, I will never forgive you. Is that so? Let's go down first. Lin Xian looked indifferent and swung the firmament giant sword again. Boom! He swung the firmament giant sword fiercely toward the white demon. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. It was incomparably ferocious. The white fiend also let out a miserable shriek and fell down heavily. Su Yu and the others looked at the black-white double demons in the ruins below and were stunned. At this moment, the black-white double demons were extremely embarrassed, like stray dogs. They no longer had the arrogance from before. Lin Xian swatted the black-white double demons, like swatting flies. This was too terrifying. Not only Su Yu, but the warriors of the other three teams were also dumbfounded, their minds blank. How could this be the twin fiends of black and white? They were infamous within the Immortal Martial Academy, yet right now, in front of Lin Xian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Seeing this scene, Su Lai and the others felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they had not attacked Lin Xian back then. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a worse state than the black-white double ghosts. In the air, Lin Xian put away the wind shadow sword and walked down. How about it? Do you still want the Lone Star sword? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Seeing this smile, The twin ghosts of black and white trembled, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, their hearts were filled with bitterness and shock because the young man in front of them was too powerful. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have just advanced to the third heavenly layer of exalted realm. However, he had actually defeated two peak third heavenly layer of exalted realm experts by himself. This was something that was completely impossible to them. The world was changing too quickly. Could it be that the new students this time were all so powerful? The twin ghosts of black and white felt bitter in their hearts. Originally, they had cultivated a martial soul fusion technique during their seclusion and wanted to soar to the heavens in this demon-slaying gathering. They even wanted to defeat Li Yunfei and become a powerful figure in the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they did not expect that before they could even carry out their plans, they would be defeated by a new student. They knew that this time they had truly lost. You are very strong and we are not your match. Moreover, us siblings apologize for this matter. We will never have any ideas about the Lone Star Sword in the future. Apologize? Lin Xian laughed. If apologizing can solve the problem, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? Hearing this, the twin ghosts of black and white were stunned, but they quickly understood. Speak, what do you want? The black demon gritted his teeth and asked. Don't look at me with that expression. Lin Xian coldly snorted. You asked for this. If it wasn't for your greed and wanting to rob the treasure in my hands, you wouldn't have fallen to this state. I know. What do you want? The black demon took a deep breath. To buy your life. What? To buy your life. The twin ghosts of black and white froze. Then they screamed, You dare to kill us? I won't kill you, but I have a way to make you unable to stay in the demon-slaying realm. I think you came to the demon-slaying realm this time because you have your eyes on the last demon blood pool. I wonder if you will feel like you are about to die if you can't enter the demon-slaying blood pool? Hearing Lin Xian's words, their faces instantly twisted. They were indeed here for the demon blood pool. The demon blood pool had miraculous effects, and it had long been widely known in the Immortal Martial Academy. If they could obtain the nourishment of the demon blood pool, their strength would definitely improve. At that time, they would become true top experts. And if they were kicked out now and unable to enter the demon blood pool, it would be no different from killing them. And Lin Xian had the same intention. Therefore, buying their lives was buying the chance to stay in the demon-slaying realm. If you want to stay in the demon-slaying realm, it will depend on what you can take out that can satisfy me. Hearing this, the twin ghosts of black and white fell silent. After thinking for a moment, Black Demon took out a storage pouch with a gloomy face. This is what we got from robbing 3 teams previously. There are close to 3,000 demon cores inside. Now it's yours. Black Demon said with difficulty. At the side, White Demon also had a face full of reluctance. 3,000 demon cores was not a small number. In the distance, when Su Lai and the rest saw the scene, their faces instantly became very ugly. Those were the demon cores that they had painstakingly fought for. Now, they were actually given away as an apology gift. How could they be worried? However, they were only unwilling and angry. They did not dare to say anything at all. Not to mention Lin Xian. Just the twin ghosts of black and white were enough to defeat all of them. If they went up now, they would undoubtedly be courting death. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He took the storage pouch and weighed it with his hand. He scanned it with his soul force and found that there were indeed 3,000 demon cores inside. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian kept the pouch. This action once again provoked Su Lai and the rest. They knew that the 3,000 demon cores had nothing to do with them anymore. Lin Xian naturally sensed the other party's reaction, but he did not show any expression. Previously, Su Lai and the rest had schemed against him more than once. Lin Xian was magnanimous and did not argue with them. Now that he had collected 3,000 demon cores. It was not excessive at all. Those people probably knew that they were in the wrong and did not dare to say anything. Lin Xian ignored Su Lai and the rest. Instead, he stared at the twin ghosts of black and white again. Then he said slowly, "The twin ghosts of black and white shocked the academy. Your lives are worth more than 3,000 demon cores, right?" Lin Xian's voice was very soft, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Chapter 943. I think the lives of the black-white double ghosts are worth more than 3,000 demon cores, right? Lin Xian's words enraged the black-white double ghosts once again. The 3,000 demon cores were their spoils of war. Giving them to Lin Xian was a clear indication of their attitude. This was the first time they had admitted defeat after losing to Li Yunfei. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would not appreciate their kindness and even demand an exorbitant price. How could they accept this? "Kid, don't go too far. Don't go too far." Black Demon gritted his teeth and said, "Don't go too far." Lin Xian sneered. "When you robbed me and stole the Lone Star sword, did you ever think about that? If I were defeated by you, what do you think I would have kept? Demon cores? Artifacts?" Lin Xian said coldly, "If I were to fall into your hands, I'm afraid you would take everything I have. Now you can't take the demon cores you stole. If that's the case, I don't mind letting you see the power of the Lone Star sword." After saying that, Lin Xian touched the Lone Star sword on his back. Hearing Lin Xian's threat, the black-white double ghosts' faces turned ugly. However, they were terrified because Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star sword in the previous battle. Without the Lone Star sword, the two of them were no match for Lin Xian. If Lin Xian used a half-Earth rank artifact like the Lone Star sword, the power would be unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Xian really scared the two of them. The fear that Lin Xian brought to them was the same as when they faced Li Yunfei. It was a strong sense of powerlessness. The black-white double ghosts looked at each other and revealed a trace of helplessness. They knew that if they did not put in some effort, they would not be able to escape. "Big brother, why don't we give him the news?" White Demon said in a deep voice. "All right." Black Demon gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. "News? What news?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Don't tell me it's about the beast lair again. I'm warning you, don't try to fool me with an ordinary nest of demonic beasts. If it's not a silver-ranked beast lair, then don't talk about it." Silver-ranked demonic beast lairs were similar to the one Lin Xian and the others were in. There were silver-ranked demonic beasts inside. As for the whispering silver-ranked lairs, there were no silver-ranked beasts in them. Therefore, Lin Xian had no interest in low-level demonic beast lairs. "Humph! What kind of people do you take us, the black-white double demons, for? Since we're willing to give you information, then it's definitely the best information." The twin ghosts of black and white snorted coldly. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with Lin Xian's questioning attitude. However, they also knew their limits and did not dare to continue to pester endlessly. After all, the two of them were still in the hands of others. "The information we have is not about a silver rank demonic beast, but a gold rank demonic beast's nest, which is above the silver rank demonic beast, gold tier beast lair." This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. "You actually know about the existence of a gold tier demonic beast lair." He could not help but be shocked. The white robe demonic beast lair had a silver ranked demonic beast lair, and the gold tier demonic beast rat lair had a gold tier demonic beast lair. That was the most powerful demonic beast in the entire demonic beast slaying world. An ordinary gold-tier demonic beast had the strength of a fourth heaven venerable. In addition, it could control all the demonic beasts in its lair. Its combat power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, until now, no one had heard of anyone who could kill a gold-tier demonic beast. "You two guys, Don't tell me you still don't want to give up and want me to die. Although Lin Xian was confident, he was not arrogant. He did not think that he could attack a gold-tier demonic beast lair with his strength alone. However, the temptation of a gold-tier demonic beast lair was too great. If he could obtain a gold-tier demonic core, he would definitely be rich. Even if he did not want the other demonic cores, he could still obtain a rich harvest from the demonic blood pool. Therefore, no one could resist the temptation of a gold-tier demonic beast. However, no one had the strength to kill a gold-tier demonic beast lair. Therefore, this seemed to be an endless cycle. It was a naked trap. Seeing Lin Xian's doubts, Bai Sha was immediately unhappy. She shouted, "What do you mean? We've even told you the most precious information, and you still dare to doubt us? Although we, the black-white double demons, do things ruthlessly, we would never do such a despicable thing." Oh. Seeing Bai Sha's unreasonable look, Lin Xian was speechless. Not despicable? If you're not despicable, you're stealing other people's demonic cores? If you're not despicable, you're eyeing other people's treasures? Lin Shui was completely speechless. These two are definitely the best. However, he didn't say these words out loud because he discovered another interesting thing. Logically speaking, you don't have the ability to attack a gold-tier demonic beast lair. Why do you look so pained? It seems that you're still hiding something from me. After saying that, a sword qi appeared on Lin Xian's fingertips. It was extremely sharp. Seeing the other party's threat, Bai Sha's face stiffened. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. "Damn brat, your eyes are so sharp!" Is this a freshman? Even the seniors aren't that smart. However, Bai Sha did not dare to say these words. He could only quickly explain. The existence of gold-tier demonic beasts can be said to be a great danger. Fortunately, these demonic beasts are very rare. Therefore, any lair with gold-tier demonic beasts is listed as a forbidden area. Ordinary disciples don't dare to go near it. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The strength of a gold-tier demonic beast was definitely beyond imagination. Thinking about it, even powerful martial artists like Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei did not dare to go near it rashly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. As for the other ordinary disciples, they did not dare to go near it at all. Therefore, it was understandable that the gold-tier lair was listed as a forbidden area. Continue. Lin Xian looked at Bai Sha. Indeed, those gold-tier demonic beasts lair are forbidden areas. However, the lair we obtained is a little different. Because this lair with demonic beasts was listed as a forbidden area this time. It's listed as a forbidden area this time? From afar, Murong Qingcheng, Suyu, and the others had rushed over. When they heard this, they were shocked. You're saying that the gold-tier demonic beast in this lair has just evolved? Murong Qingcheng asked in a deep voice. That's right. That's the only reason why there's a new forbidden area. Indeed, if there was a new gold-tier demonic beast, the lair it was in would automatically evolve into a gold-tier lair. Of course, it would be listed as a forbidden area. However, Lin Xian and the others' eyes were burning with passion. Although the newly evolved gold-tier demonic beast was powerful, it was still slightly weaker than the older gold-tier demonic beasts. In other words, its strength was not unshakable. Chapter 944. A gold-ranked beast that could be killed. If this news were to spread, the entire monster-slaying realm would be in an uproar. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. No wonder the twin ghosts of black and white were so reluctant. A gold-ranked beast that could be killed was definitely tempting. With the twin ghosts of black and white strength, even if they could not kill the gold-ranked beast, they would still be able to gain a lot from the golden lair. However, there was another problem now, and that was whether or not this news was exclusive. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? How many people know about this? The series of questions made the twin ghosts of black and white frown. However, they still patiently explained. You don't need to know how we got this information. However, the source of this information is very reliable. As for whether other people know about this, I'm not sure. However, I don't think there are any exclusive secrets in the monster-slaying realm. This is because information about the monster-slaying realm can be bought from the True Spirit Palace. However, the price is very expensive. However, we can't rule out the possibility of some very rich disciples buying this information with flower spirit points. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Lin Xian sighed. In fact, he already knew this when he was talking to Su Yu and the others. However, after confirming it with the twin ghosts of black and white, he still frowned. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's not exclusive information. After all, the level of a gold-ranked beast's lair is very high. Not everyone can attack it. All right, I know. Tell me the complete information about the gold-ranked beast's lair, Lin Xian said coldly. After hearing this, the twin ghosts of black and white reluctantly took out a yellowed map from his storage ring and slapped it on the ground. The map is here. Take a look at it yourself. Lin Xian did not care about the twin ghosts of black and white's attitude. He hooked his finger and the map on the ground flew into his hand. Then he looked at it carefully. This map depicted the landscape of the monster-slaying realm. However, in the area on the left, there was a small piece of land that was pierced by a red line. There were also 4 words written in golden font. Golden Lair. It seemed that this place that was specially marked was the newly promoted golden lair that the twin ghosts of black and white were talking about. Satisfied, Lin Xian put away the map and smiled. However, he then looked at the twin ghosts of black and white. Feeling this gaze, the twin ghosts of black and white were stunned. Then their faces turned green, especially the black ghost who roared. Brat, I've already given you the most valuable gold-tier demon beast lair map. What else do you want? As for the last condition, if you can fulfill it, I will let you 2 leave safely. Speak. He Sha harumphed coldly. I'm very interested in the way your martial spirits confuse. I think you guys should have a special cultivation method. Make a copy of the relevant cultivation method and give it to me. This is not a loss for you. You want this cultivation technique? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the twin ghosts of black and white's expressions became very strange. This cultivation method was indeed something that they had painstakingly obtained. However, there were also some restrictions. That was, the 2 people using the cultivation method had to believe in it without reservation. Normally, only close siblings would use this kind of cultivation method. They had never heard of Lin Xian having any siblings. This cultivation method can only be used by the person you trust the most. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The black ghost pondered for a moment and finally said this. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you make a copy of the cultivation method and give it to me, you don't have to worry about the rest. Okay, but I have a condition, the black ghost said in a deep voice. Oh, you're talking about conditions? Lin Xian smiled. Don't forget your current situation. You have to agree to this condition. Otherwise, don't blame us for not making a copy of the cultivation method for you. Okay, tell me. I've already given you the map of the gold-tier demon beast lair. However, I don't think you guys can take it with your strength. Why don't we join forces and take down the golden lair together? Join forces? Su Yu and the others' expressions changed. Joining forces with the twin ghosts of black and white would not end well. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, the twin ghosts of black and white harumphed coldly. Although we don't have a good reputation, we have our own bottom line. We won't betray our partners. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others rolled their eyes. They did not believe what the twin ghosts of black and white said. Lin Xian did not say anything. He rubbed his chin and pondered. To be honest, he really could not take down the golden lair. Although the gold-tier demon beast had just leveled up, there are more than just gold-tier demon beasts in the lair. A lair of that level would definitely have a large number of silver-tier demon beasts and bronze-tier demon beasts. Therefore, he needed to have enough strength to separate the gold-tier demon beast from the other demon beasts in order to kill it. Otherwise, if he tried to force his way in, the chances of success would be very slim. The twin ghosts of black and white were indeed powerful. If they could join forces, they would be a great help. Most importantly, Lin Xian was absolutely confident that he could suppress the two of them. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of them playing any tricks. "It's not impossible to work together," Lin Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The twin ghosts of black and white were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to agree so quickly. "We can work together, but there are some things that we need to make clear in advance. First of all, I have to be the leader of the team. That means that when we take action, you have to listen to my orders. Don't worry, I won't impose too many restrictions, and I don't have any requests. However, I hope that you won't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something that can be solved by compensating some things." At the end of his speech, Lin Xian emitted a fierce aura. Feeling this aura, the twin ghosts of black and white were shocked again. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was even stronger than before. In other words, he did not use his full strength when fighting with them. Thinking of this, they felt bitter, but they quickly nodded and said, "Okay, we agree to this condition. Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Lin Xian said with a smile, "Junior brother Lin, are we really going to work together with them?" Su Yu and the others were full of doubt. "Don't worry, with me around, they won't dare to play any tricks," Lin Xian said confidently. Then everyone set off again. However, this time the team was slightly bigger. There were two more twin ghosts of black and white. Although the twin ghosts of black and white had promised Lin Xian that they would listen to his orders when they took action, they did not have many restrictions on their journey. Chapter 945. From time to time, the two of them would make a move to kill those demonic beasts that were alone. There was even one time when they met a small team and wanted to attack them. Luckily, Lin Xian quickly stopped them. But after that, the black-white twin demons didn't show up much. They would often disappear during the day and meet up with Lin Xian and the rest at night. As for what they did during the day, Lin Xian and the rest didn't know and couldn't be bothered to find out. Lin Xian didn't restrict the two of them too much. After all, this was just a normal journey, and the other party didn't do anything to threaten them. Hence, Lin Xian directly ignored the strange actions of the black-white twin demons. The location of the golden lair on the map was a little far from where they were now. Hence, they didn't reach it even though they were running. However, as time passed, the demon-slaying world became more and more lively. After the initial confusion, many people began to form teams to search for the demonic beast lair. And when many people tasted the benefits of the demonic beast lair, their desire for the lair grew even more. However, the number of demonic beast lair was limited, and the number of disciples who entered the demon-slaying world wasn't small. Hence, it didn't take long for conflicts to break out between teams, which eventually led to battles. Although everyone was a disciple of the immortal martial academy, there was no need to care about feelings in the demon-slaying world. As long as they didn't kill, the other academies wouldn't care. Hence, under the temptation of the lair, the battles between the teams became bigger and more intense. At this moment, some dark horses that were usually dormant also showed their talents and exploded with shocking combat strength. There were many such dark horses, and once they exploded, their strength would be incomparably powerful. This also showed that the Immortal Martial Academy was definitely a gathering place for geniuses. Although some people were usually unknown, if they really exploded, they might not be weaker than those geniuses on the mystic, venerable leaderboard. Lin Xian's team was also moving forward quickly. Due to their strength, they didn't encounter any obstacles. Even if there were some ignorant people who wanted to rob them, they were all deterred by Lin Xian's terrifying aura. Su Yu and the rest were full of smiles because, compared to the last time, they were much safer this time. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Xian. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the others did not move forward. Instead, they found a safe place to set up camp. At this moment, the twin ghosts of Black and White, who had disappeared for an entire day, rushed over from afar. Lin Xian was already used to the scene. He didn't even pay attention to Su Yu and the others. However, it was different this time because the twin ghosts of Black and White were filled with excitement. Big news! Do you want to hear it? The twin demons of Black and White looked excited. Over the past few days, everyone had become familiar with each other. Their understanding of the Black-White double demons had also changed. Although the twin ghosts of Black and White had a strange habit of robbing people, they got along well with each other. Of course, it was unknown whether Lin Xian's deterrence played a part in this. However, on the whole, everyone got along quite well. Big news? What big news? Did you rob something amazing again? Su Yu said angrily. Hee, little Yu, you can't say that. Bai Sha laughed. This time it's really big news. What news do you have? Don't keep us in suspense, Lin Xian said. Today, I met a few teams and heard some news from them. The top 10 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard were challenged and defeated. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They put down what they were doing and listened carefully. Top 10 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard? Is this news reliable? This is big news. It's enough to shock the entire school. I wonder who did it? Everyone asked. The news should be reliable because more than one team said so. As for the ones who did it, it should be the dark horses who have been hiding. The twin ghosts of Black and White quickly said. Then they snorted coldly, feeling very indignant. D*MN it. Originally, we were the ones who did it first. In the end, those people took advantage of us. Bai Sha snorted coldly and glared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's all your fault. If we hadn't met you, we would have been the ones who defeated the top 10 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. We would have been the ones in the limelight. It seemed that the twin ghosts of Black and White held a deep grudge over this matter. So it's still my fault. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. But it's not too late to challenge now. Forget it. Let's get nourishment from the demonic blood pool first. When the time comes, we'll challenge a big one. It'll definitely scare you to death. The twin ghosts of Black and White were excited when they thought of their plan. Seeing how excited the two of them were, Morong Ching covered her mouth and chuckled. You still haven't told me who the people who were challenged were. 2 days ago, in a valley, Li Rue, who was ranked 10th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, challenged someone one-on-one. After an intense battle, he was defeated. 1 day ago, Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, was defeated in 3 moves. Hearing this, everyone gasped and their faces were filled with shock. Lin Xian's expression was grave. It seemed that the experts who had been hiding had now been completely revealed. However, their abilities had exceeded his expectations. It was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Do you know those dark horses? Who are they? Lin Xian asked. Well, you've asked the right person, He Sha said quickly, looking pleased. The one who defeated Li Rue is called Tang Er. He's a senior in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. Back then, this person also displayed outstanding talent. However, he was severely injured when he challenged the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Since then, he has kept a low profile and never challenged the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard again. I didn't expect him to suddenly show his strength in the demon-slaying world and defeat Li Rue, who was ranked 10th. He became famous in one battle. And the one who defeated Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, was someone called Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan? Isn't he ranked 29th? Su Yu and the rest exclaimed. That's right. He's ranked 29th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, He Sha said. The top 100 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard can be divided into several levels. The top 10 are ranked on the first level. They are extremely powerful and far from what others can compare to. The top 20 to 30 are ranked on the second level. Jian Yan is ranked at the bottom of the second level. However, I didn't expect him to suddenly show his strength and defeat Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th in 3 moves. At this point, Bai Sha snorted coldly. Humph, this guy hid his strength too well. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Although he had received 2 pieces of information so far, he knew that these 2 were not the only dark horses. He believed that in the near future, there would be more and more dark horses appearing out of nowhere. Seeing Lin Xian fall silent, Bai Sha giggled. Little Xian, let me tell you something else. Chapter 946. The 2 people we're talking about are both members of the Hidden Dragon Society. Hidden Dragon Society? Is it also a society in the academy? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Yes, but it's a society hidden underground. Black Fiend continued, and its strength is far beyond your imagination. Black Fiend said in a deep voice, just from the name, you should know that this society recruits extremely talented disciples. However, these people aren't the dazzling geniuses from the beginning. Because of various reasons, they didn't show their talents in the beginning, but they are extremely talented people. They call these people hidden dragons, believing that one day they will soar into the sky, so this is also the origin of the Hidden Dragon Society's name. Moreover, in the demon-slaying world, every time someone explodes and soars into the sky, most of them are members of the Hidden Dragon Society. This news was really shocking. Lin Xian didn't expect there to be such a society in the academy. However, he looked at the black-white double demons and revealed a faint smile. Speaking of which, you guys are also considered geniuses in hardship. Why didn't you join the Hidden Dragon Society? Geniuses in hardship. Hearing this name, the black-white double demons rolled their eyes. What kind of messy name was this? Could they, the black-white double demons, use such a name? However, the 2 quickly remembered their experiences. It was really a hardship. Originally, the 2 of them were also considered top geniuses. It could be said that as soon as they entered the academy, they were in the limelight. However, they met Li Yunfei, and from then on, they suffered a crushing defeat. After that, the 2 of them fell silent, thinking about how to surpass each other. Speaking of which, this scene was very similar to the people in the Hidden Dragon Society. To be honest, we did receive an invitation from the Hidden Dragon Society. However, we were in a hurry to cultivate and didn't pay attention to them. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. Hee, but there's one thing I have to remind you of. White Fiend looked at Lin Xian again. Me. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't understand what this had to do with him. Those guys are a bit twisted. They either don't challenge or soar into the sky, so they challenge the most famous people in the academy. I reckon that besides Digu Outyan and Li Yunfei, you're the one with the greatest limelight in the academy during this period of time, right? You have to be careful. Maybe you've already become the prey of many people. Lin Xian was speechless for a while. However, he could understand the statement. Challenging the most famous person was, of course, the best way to gain the most fame in the shortest time possible. However, Lin Xian did not expect that he would become the target of everyone's challenge. Seems like it wasn't so easy to be a famous person. He shook his head lightly. In the Immortal Martial Academy, if one's strength and reputation didn't match, one would very quickly be kicked off the horse. However, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even a little excited. He really wanted to see how strong the legendary dark horses of the Qian Hidden Dragon League were. After hearing such explosive news, everyone was extremely excited. At the same time, they couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian's calm expression, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Even powerful people like the twin ghosts of Black and White were defeated by Lin Xian. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with those dark horses. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When everyone knew that so many geniuses had risen, they definitely wouldn't be able to calm down. A sleepless night. The next day, the eastern sky gradually brightened. Su Yu and the rest woke up from their meditation and prepared to move. As for Lin Xian, he held the map and carefully studied it. With our speed, we should be able to reach the golden nest in about 2 days, Lin Xian said in a low voice. However, he frowned again. Where is this place marked in green? He discovered that there was a place marked with a green line along the way. You're talking about that place? That's a stronghold. The White Fiend said. It's a place specially opened for students to rest and communicate. Stronghold. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that there would be a stronghold here. Since we're going to pass by here, why don't we take a look? Lin Xian said. Whatever. We don't care. The twin ghosts of Black and White shrugged. Su Yu and the rest naturally didn't have any objections, so everyone decided to set off for the stronghold. With a goal in mind, everyone moved quickly. This time the twin ghosts of Black and White didn't run around, but stayed in the team. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the rest arrived near the stronghold. Looking at the valley ahead, many people's eyes flickered. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There were many martial artists gathered in the valley. Most of them were resting at the moment, and there were also many figures running towards the valley. Obviously, those people were all heading towards the stronghold. The stronghold here is very safe. At least we don't have to worry about the invasion of demonic beasts, Su Yu said. Indeed, but the stronghold's function is more than that. The Black Fiend said. This is a place for information and resources exchange, and most of the disciples come here for this reason. Information and resources exchange? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's right. For example, exchanging information, buying and selling information, forming a team, asking for shelter, or buying and selling demonic cores. Anyway, you can find everything about the Demon Slayer realm here. Su Yu and the rest were all senior students. They had been here once, so they had a certain understanding of the stronghold. However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were here for the first time, so they were extremely shocked when they heard the news. Especially Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Demonic cores can be bought and sold? Of course. The White Fiend snorted. Everything here can be bought and sold. Then what do you use to buy? It depends on what the other party wants, or what you can offer. The Black Fiend said. Okay. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He found that this place was really interesting. Let's go in and have a look. Morong Qingqing was also a little curious. Everyone nodded and then flew towards the valley. Entering the valley, everyone found that it was very lively and crowded. It seemed that many people had come to the stronghold. 7 missing 1, a strong swordsman. Looking for a girl, I'll take you to the bronze beast lair. Demonic cores for sale, a bronze demonic core, 100 spiritual value points. First come, first serve. Along the way, Lin Xian and the rest heard many such voices and were speechless. As expected of a place where information was exchanged, it was straightforward enough. Seeing Lin Xian's speechless expression, the Black-White double fiend snorted and began to gather information. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the rest quickly strolled around the valley. Soon, Lin Xian and the rest attracted everyone's attention. Of course, although Lin Xian was from the netherworld, there were so many disciples here, and not everyone knew him. After all, most of them had only heard of his reputation and had never seen him in person. Of course, they were surprised by the beauty. With Morong Qingqing's peerless appearance, she naturally became the target of everyone's attention. Countless fiery gazes looked over. Chapter 947. Who's that girl? She's so beautiful. Many people were moved. You don't know her? She's the goddess of our academy, Morong Qingqing. Someone said in a low voice, Morong Qingqing. Many people exclaimed. Then they seemed to have thought of something. Could that kid next to her be Lin Xian? He should be. Someone nodded. Fuck. Hearing that, Many people retracted their fierce gazes. They knew who Lin Xian was. He was the most famous person in the academy recently. Although they were confident, they did not dare to go against him. Therefore, most of the hostile gazes disappeared in an instant. Of course, not everyone thought so. There was still a small group of people who were hostile to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian ignored all of that because a group of people not far ahead had piqued his interest. Among that group of people, there was a young man who was standing on a huge rock and talking to the people around him. It seemed like he was promoting something. This thing of mine is a top-notch metal called Falling Star. If this thing is added into a treasure, then it will definitely increase its quality, the young man said excitedly. However, most of the people around him were watching with a smile. No one took it to heart. That was because the metal in the young man's hand was too ugly. It was dull and had a lot of rust on it. It looked like a piece of scrap iron no matter how one looked at it. I say, are you trying to fool us with that piece of scrap iron? That's right. Falling Star? I've never heard of it. I think it's more appropriate to call the thing in your hand a piece of scrap metal. The group of people laughed. I'm telling the truth. The young man's face was red because of his excitement. Really? You don't want it for yourself? Someone asked. Adding this will increase the difficulty of refining. The young man scratched his head. Fuck. Countless people raised their middle fingers. The success rate of refining a treasure was not high to begin with. Now that he was increasing the difficulty, wasn't he deliberately causing trouble? It was fine if he did not use this thing. He might still be able to refine a treasure successfully. However, if he used this thing, it was very likely that he would fail. Moreover, that metal did not look like something good. Therefore, for a moment, everyone lost interest. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although his expression did not change much, his heart was wild with joy. Fallen Star really is a fallen star. He didn't expect to see such a thing here. He channeled his soul power into his eyes and looked carefully. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although the metal looked like scrap metal now, after Lin Xian's appraisal, it was indeed a genuine falling star. When he realized this, a smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Morong Qingqing asked. Nothing much. I just found something good. Lin Xian smiled and looked ahead. Morong Qingqing. Do you know what the stone is for? Stone? Lin Xian was speechless. What now? All right, although it looks like a rock, it really is a rock, Lin Xian said. Is it a meteorite? Morong Qingqing asked. She really didn't know what a falling star was. It's a star. Lin Xian said, it's much bigger than a meteorite and it's a special star. It's just that the one in front is just a fragment of it. You need this thing? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He indeed needed it. If he had this falling star, the grade of his red lotus armor could be improved. Let's go and take a look. The two of them walked forward. Although there were many onlookers in front of them, most of them were here to watch the show. They didn't care about the falling star at all because not many people knew about it. Brother, you've been talking for so long. How much is it? Yeah, how many spirit stones? If it's cheap, I'll buy it and play with it. The young man thought for a while and said, it's not very expensive. 3,000 bronze demon cores or 20 silver demon cores. What? You're robbing us. Kid, are you crazy about demon cores? People nowadays are really out of their minds. You dare to sell a piece of scrap metal for 3,000 demon cores? Hearing the price, the people around them shook their heads and sneered. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. The young man was furious when he heard so many people mocking him. He waved his sleeve, jumped down from the huge rock, and was about to leave. I want this thing. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Who's that? What a wastrel! Everyone was speechless. They all turned around to see who it was that dared to spend so many demon cores on a piece of scrap metal. Hearing that, the young man in front stopped and quickly turned around. he saw two people walking over from behind. It was a man and a woman. Their temperaments were outstanding and their manners were calm. They were like a golden couple. Many people were stunned and asked each other who these two people were. Soon they had their answers. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing. These two were the most influential people in the academy. The young man also recognized the two of them. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "You really want to buy it?" To be honest, he did not have much confidence in the thing in his hand. Although it was real, not many people knew about it. Moreover, its appearance was too ugly. However, Lin Xian smiled. "Of course, buy as many as you have." "Buy as many as you have?" Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. He was really rich. That thing cost 3,000 demon cores, and he wanted as many as he had? Of course! These words were only whispered in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. After all, they knew Lin Xian's strength. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the young man was overjoyed. Just this one. 3,000 bronze demon cores, or 20 silver demon cores. That was 3,000 bronze demon cores. Lin Xian took out a storage pouch. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. He was really buying it. No wonder he was the most influential person. The young man was also stunned, then he was overjoyed. He quickly took the storage pouch and checked it carefully. Then, a look of excitement appeared on his face. There were indeed 3,000 bronze demon cores. Good, now the falling star is yours. The young man handed over the medal in his hand. Lin Xian's heart jumped, and he was ecstatic. However, he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly took it. However, just as he was about to grab the falling star, a cold light flashed and flew toward him at high speed. The void surged, and the air was pierced through in an instant. There wasn't much sound, but the sharp aura made everyone's heart skip a beat. Feeling that the aura was coming toward him, Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted, and the cold air in his body surged. It quickly formed an ice wall in front of him, and it quickly spread in all directions. The two collided, and there was a sonorous sound of collision. In the end, the light was wrapped in the cold light and frozen into ice. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they hurriedly looked over. They saw a green leaf in the blue ice. Chapter 948. How is this possible? Thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Just how terrifying was this person to be able to use a leaf to create such a terrifying attack? The surrounding people all looked behind them. They wanted to see who exactly was this terrifying person. Lin Xian also frowned. If he had reacted a little slower, he probably wouldn't have been able to get his hands on the leaf. Fortunately, the falling star was in his hands. His face was gloomy as he turned around. He saw a group of warriors walking over from behind. The person in the lead was a young man in a black robe. He held a tree branch in his hand. The green leaves on the branch swayed, and there was a gap in it. It was obvious that it had just been plucked. In other words, the leaf just now was thrown by this young man. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that he didn't recognize these people at all. At this moment, the surrounding crowd burst into cries of surprise. "It's Yao Bin from the Hidden Dragon League. I didn't expect him to be the one who attacked." Many people present recognized the young man who attacked. At this moment, the young man was also waving his folding fan as he spoke slowly, as expected of a famous person in the academy. He was actually able to block my attack so easily. These words sounded like praise, but the young man's eyes carried a few strands of cold light. Lin Xian looked at these people with a cold expression. He could naturally feel the hostility of these people. It was obvious that these people were here to target him. At this moment, Morong Qingqing gently pulled Lin Xian's sleeve from behind. "Forget it. Don't bother with these people. Let's go back." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and turned around to leave. At this moment, the black-robed young man spoke again. "Wait." This voice carried a trace of unquestionable authority. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was also angry. Just now, he didn't attack because of Morong Qingsheng. Now, it seemed that the other party didn't intend to let them go. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a cold smile. It wasn't certain who wouldn't let go of who. He wasn't someone who would allow himself to be bullied. Furthermore, without his knowledge, the other party had actually used a hidden weapon to attack him. This was only because he was strong. If it was someone else, they would have already been injured. How could Lin Xian not be enraged by the fact that these people didn't even have a reason to attack? Therefore, he stopped. Seeing Lin Xian turn around, the black-robed youth revealed a satisfied smile. Very well, we'll take the item in your hand. With that, Yao Bin threw out a storage bag. There are 4,000 demon cores in here. 3,000 demon cores will be used to buy the piece of metal in your hand. The other 10 demon cores will be my tip for you. Yao Bin raised his chin and said as if he was giving alms. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. They hadn't expected that the Hidden Dragon League's Yao Bin would be so forceful as to try to force a deal with Lin Xian. However, was Lin Xian an ordinary person? Of course not. Not long ago, he had killed Yan Qingfeng, who was ranked 30th on the Xian Supreme Staff. He was unparalleled in the limelight. How could someone like him submit? However, this would definitely lead to an intense battle. Thinking of this, the crowd was extremely excited and wanted to shout a few times. After all, they were just there to watch the show. Of course, they wouldn't mind if the situation escalated. Lin Xian looked at the storage bag in his hand. He didn't say anything, but there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. What, you don't think it's enough? Yao Bin laughed. What kind of compensation do you want? Tell us and we'll satisfy you. He waved his folding fan slightly as if he couldn't do anything without compensation. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Lin Xian sneered and said, All right, then compensate me with 1,000 demon cores. What, 1,000 demon cores? Hearing this, the surrounding people were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. Yao Bin was also stunned. Instantly, his entire person became gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party would demand such an exorbitant price. This wasn't compensation at all. This was provocation. 1,000 demon cores. Even if all the people in the valley added together, they probably wouldn't have that much. Kid, I advise you to change your request. Yao Bin's voice carried a trace of coldness. What? Can't do it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You're just being unreasonable. 1,000 demon cores. No one can do it. If you can't do it, then why are you acting so arrogant? Look at your arrogant attitude just now. Those who don't know better would think that the entire Demon Slayer's world belongs to your family. Lin Xian sneered. He hated people like this the most. They didn't have much strength, but they acted so arrogantly and wanted to let everyone know. In his opinion, this was a complete lack of self-confidence. Hearing this, the surrounding people became excited again. The counterattack has begun. From the moment Yao Bin threw down the storage bag, everyone knew that this matter wouldn't be so simple. After all, Lin Xian was a genius martial artist. How could someone like him submit? Moreover, Yao Bin's action was really insulting. Most people wouldn't be able to stand it, let alone Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian retaliated with even sharper words, directly stunning Yao Bin and the others. Yao Bin was trembling with anger. His face was extremely pale, but he couldn't do anything because he couldn't take out 1,000 demon cores. Therefore, this time he looked at the young man who was selling the stones. He bought it for 3,000 demon cores. Then I'll pay 4,000 demon cores. Yao Bin said coldly, The storage bag on the ground is yours. Now, sell the falling star to me. This, the young man who was selling the stones was stunned. Although it was true that the highest bidder got the stones, he had already completed the transaction with Lin Xian. In other words, the stones weren't his at all. However, looking at the situation now, The other party was so aggressive that he didn't know what to do. Therefore, he could only look at Lin Xian. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "You've already sold the medals to me. In other words, the falling star has nothing to do with you now. I advise you to leave quickly if you don't want to cause trouble." Hearing this, the young man who was selling the stones smiled bitterly. What he said was true. Under normal circumstances, once he got the money, the items would belong to the other party. However, the current situation was completely out of his control. However, the young man who was selling the stones had his own plans. If he left now, Yao Bin would be the only one left. If he sold the medals to Yao Bin, he was afraid that he would immediately offend Lin Xian. In the end, it was uncertain whether Yao Bin would get the medals. Therefore, if he went back on his word, he would very likely offend both of them. Therefore, the young man wisely chose to leave. However, as soon as he moved, the martial artist behind Yao Bin moved quickly and sealed off the area. They stared at the young man unkindly. Chapter 949. What? Don't be afraid. I just want to buy the medal in your hands. As long as we complete the transaction, we'll let you go. Otherwise, although he did not finish his sentence, the threat in his words was very obvious. Hearing this, the young man laughed bitterly. I've already sold the item. It doesn't belong to me now. It's useless for you to find me now. Indeed, it's useless to find him. Find me if you want the stone. Talk to me. At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke loudly. Good boy, you're bold. Then I'll talk to you. Yao Bin laughed coldly as his eyes shone brightly. You guys let him go. Don't scare him. Otherwise, people will say that the Hidden Dragon Society is bullying him. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You're afraid of people saying that? You guys are blatantly bullying me, all right? Of course, no one dared to say this. Although the Hidden Dragon Society was not well known, they were all top geniuses. These people had terrifying strength and were not people they could provoke. Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect that buying a medal would cause such a situation. At the same time, he was very angry because these people were completely unreasonable and forced him to sell. Anyone would be angry if this happened to them, and Lin Xian was no exception. Yao Bin didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian and spoke slowly. We've had our eyes on this medal for a long time, so you should name a price. As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll accept it. Lin Xian did not know if the other party had recognized the falling star, but he was not interested in finding out. Regardless of whether the other party recognized the falling star or not, he would not give it away. This item was related to the quality of his red lotus armor. He would not give it away even if Li Yunfei, Guguao, and the others came, let alone these people. There's nothing to discuss. This item is equally important to me, so I won't give it away. Lin Xian shook his head firmly. I advise you to leave quickly. After all, my patience is limited. If you anger me, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Good, kid. You're the first one who dares to threaten our Hidden Dragon League. Yao Bin was so angry that he laughed, his eyes filled with a biting cold aura. However, before he could finish speaking, another sneer sounded from afar. So what if I'm bullying you? You even dare to use the Hidden Dragon Society to pressure me. Can you represent the Hidden Dragon Society? This voice was extremely loud and clear, and it seemed to be even more arrogant than the other party. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Who was this awesome person who actually dared to go against the Hidden Dragon League? Then, everyone felt their vision blur, and two figures, one black and one white, appeared on the field. You can't represent the Hidden Dragon League, right? Seeing the black and white figures, Yao Bin's face darkened again. He said coldly, Black and white double ghosts, do you want to fight with me? The black-white double ghosts. They are the black-white double ghosts. At this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. Then they looked at the black and white figures in the field with complicated expressions. The older students had fearful looks on their faces. Naturally, they would not forget the infamous reputation of the black-white double ghosts. After those new students understood the situation, they opened their mouths wide and were dumbstruck. No wonder these two people dared to go against the Hidden Dragon Society. It turned out that they were also extremely fierce people. At this moment, the black demon snorted coldly. "Fight with you? You think too highly of yourself." "Yeah, we're here to support little Xian Xian," the white demon laughed. Little Xian Xian. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, but they quickly reacted and their hearts trembled violently. The black and white double ghosts were walking together with Lin Xian, and it seemed like they had a good relationship. This was too shocking. "Humph. I remember that you black and white double ghosts were always alone. When did you become someone's lackey?" Yao Bin sneered. It seemed like he did not have a good relationship with the black and white double ghosts. "That's where you're wrong. I'm friends with the black and white double ghosts," Lin Xian said in a low voice. He really could not stand the other party's words. The black and white double ghosts also had cold expressions. They looked at Yao Bin coldly. "You have the nerve to call us lackeys. I think you're the lackey of the Hidden Dragon Society." Fine. I don't care what your relationship is. I'm taking the falling star today." Yao Bin's eyes were filled with ferocity. "You don't have the ability to do that." The black and white double ghosts snorted with disdain in their eyes. "Humph, don't be so arrogant, black and white double ghosts." Yao Bin saw their expressions and naturally knew what they were thinking. He said coldly, "Do you think I want the falling stars? To tell you the truth, it was our second young Master Tang who asked for it. If you don't want to die, you'd better hand it over obediently." Second young Master Tang. Everyone exclaimed when they heard this name. The black and white double ghosts were also shocked. They would not forget that not long ago, second young Master Tang had defeated Li Rui, who was ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and became the new 10th. With such strength, even the black and white double ghosts would not dare to provoke him. At that moment, Lin Xian, who was next to them, was also stunned. He said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if it's second young Master Tang or third young Master Tang. Since this item is in my hands, it's mine. I won't give it away. I'll give you one last chance. Scram or bear the consequences." Many people held their breaths when they heard this. Powerful, too powerful. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He did not take the Hidden Dragon Society seriously at all. Yao Bin's face was ashen. He did not expect that after mentioning second young Master Tang's name, Lin Xian would not be afraid at all. Instead, he became even more powerful than before. He did not take them seriously at all. Yao Bin was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was about to go crazy. If it were not for the black and white double ghosts, he would have attacked long ago. However, he still tried his best to control himself. Attacking now would not do him any good. After all, if Lin Xian and the black and white double ghosts joined forces, he would not be able to resist at all. However, he would not give up just like that. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said in the end, "Kid, do you really want to go against the Hidden Dragon Society? Don't use the Hidden Dragon Society to scare me." Lin Xian sneered. "I dared to kill the Yen family and destroy the Wanshan auction. Do you think I'll be afraid of the Hidden Dragon Society? Furthermore, do you think you can represent the Green Dragon Society?" At the end of his sentence, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The surrounding people were shocked. Many of them were stunned. Indeed, they seemed to have forgotten that the Lin Xian in front of them was not a kind person either. He was a ruthless person who had caused havoc in the entire Windy City and overturned several major forces. His reputation was probably even greater than the black and white double ghosts. Yao Bin was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes were burning with anger. Lin Xian dared to look down on him. He could not tolerate this. He was also a genius. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Chapter 950. With a cold snort, a terrifying aura exploded from Yao Bin's body and filled the entire sky. The people that he had brought with him all had cold expressions as they gripped their weapons. Opposite them, the black-white double ghost snorted as a powerful aura surged from their bodies as well. Murong Qingqing was like a fairy as she summoned a purple cloud that emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Although Lin Xian did not show anything, the crowd seemed to see countless sword shadows circling around him. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the next moment, the two sides would probably start fighting. The surrounding martial artists retreated with fear. They were only there to watch the show and did not want to be implicated. However, just as the two sides were about to start fighting, a voice came from behind them. "If he can't represent me, what about me, Tang Er?" The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. "Tang Er." Everyone was shocked when they heard the name because the person was ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. On the other hand, Yao Bin was overjoyed and his eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that he was safe. As long as Tang Er was here, the other side would definitely be no match for him. With a cold snort, Yao Bin looked at Lin Xian and the others with a mocking gaze. Lin Xian also frowned slightly, but he was not afraid at all. It just so happened that he wanted to see what kind of person this so-called second Tang was. Looking through the crowd, Lin Xian looked ahead. Over there, a silhouette was rushing over. That terrifying speed was shocking. Tang Er, it really is Tang Er. Seeing the figure, countless people exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, Yao Bin was also excited. His face was filled with ecstasy, as if his back was straightened again with Tang Er around. Lin Xian was still all right, but the black-white double ghosts also looked solemn. Judging from the other party's aura, he was definitely not weaker than them. Tang Er glanced at the black-white double ghosts and then looked to the side. When he saw Murong Qingqing, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and looked at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, right? You really do live up to your reputation. Your name can be said to be the most famous among the new students. However, I heard that you have a lot of troubles as well. Why don't you join our Hidden Dragon Society? At least we can reduce your troubles. I don't dare to guarantee anything else, but within the Immortal Martial Academy, our words count." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Second Tang to come here and not make a move. Not only that, he even extended an olive branch to Lin Xian. What was going on? They were completely baffled. Even the twin demons of black and white were suspicious. They never would have thought that the Hidden Dragon League would try to recruit Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also slightly taken aback, but he quickly shook his head and refused. No matter what the other party's plans were, he would not join the Hidden Dragon League. Firstly, he had his own faction, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Secondly, from today's situation, he could tell what kind of personality these people from the Hidden Dragon League had. He would never join such a club. "I'm sorry, but I have my own Dragon Sword Pavilion. I won't join other clubs." Lin Xian decisively refused. "What? You dare to refuse?" Yao Bin shrieked. He was too angry. Lin Xian actually dared to refuse the Hidden Dragon League's invitation. He was simply too arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. "I say, are you crazy? You invited me, and I have to join? What kind of logic is that? How about this? I invite you to join our Dragon Sword Pavilion. As long as you are willing to be my underling, the monthly resources you get will be double of what you get in the Hidden Dragon League." "Impudent, who do you think you are? You dare to recruit us?" Yao Bin roared. Lin Xian sneered. "Then who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of recruiting me?" Facing the Hidden Dragon League, Lin Xian was not afraid. "What a joke. You invited me to join, but you still got angry when I didn't join. Even if you forced me to join, you wouldn't go to such an extent." As for Yao Bin, Lin Xian didn't put him in his eyes at all. As for Second Tang, although he was currently ranked 10th on the mystic revered leaderboard. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all if they really fought. After all, he had a great killing weapon in his hands. Since junior brother Lin isn't willing, then forget it. Although it's a pity, I still respect junior brother Lin's decision. However, this falling star is really important to me. I wonder if junior brother Lin can give it to me? Don't worry, you bought it for 3,000 demon cores. I'll pay 6,000 demon cores. I won't let you suffer a loss. Although Second Tang frowned slightly at Lin Xian's rejection, he wouldn't get angry easily, as he was ranked 10th on the mystic revered leaderboard. Otherwise, people would think that he was bullying a newcomer. Therefore, he didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he changed the topic to the falling star. He hadn't held much hope for the previous invitation. After all, the other party had his own forces. However, he was determined to get the falling star and was very confident. Therefore, he had doubled the price. Furthermore, he had personally asked, so the other party would probably give him some face. However, he was completely wrong this time. If it had been something else, then he would have let it go. However, the falling star was also very important to Lin Xian. Therefore, even if it had been 6,000 silver-grade demon cores, Lin Xian would have decisively rejected it, let alone 6,000 green-grade demon cores. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I'm really sorry. This falling star is also very important to me, so I won't hand it over. However, I think that with the Hidden Dragon Society's power, it shouldn't be too difficult to find another one. Hearing this, no one expected Lin Xian to reject Second Tang, who was ranked 10th on the mystic revered leaderboard, so decisively. The corner of Yao Bin's mouth twitched. Find another one? Although he didn't know the exact value of the falling star, he knew that it was definitely very rare based on Second Tang's attention to this matter. Therefore, he wouldn't believe the nonsense of finding another one even if he was beaten to death. Second Tang's face darkened when he heard this. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Xian to reject him. He didn't take him seriously at all. Ever since he had ranked 10th on the mystic revered leaderboard, his mentality had changed. In the past, although he was powerful, he didn't have any status. It could be said that he had been lying low. However, now that he had soared to the sky and ranked 10th on the mystic revered leaderboard, it could be said that he had entered the top echelon of the entire academy. Naturally, the arrogance in his heart rose. Therefore, when he faced Lin Xian, he looked down on him. In his opinion, although Lin Xian had some reputation, he couldn't be compared to him. After all, he wasn't someone that trash like Yan Qingfeng could compare to. However, he hadn't expected Lin Xian to reject him. Moreover, he had rejected him so decisively without any hesitation. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Chapter 951. Tang Er said coldly. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was as if a peerless beast was rapidly awakening. Sensing this aura, the surrounding people were horrified and kept retreating. This aura was too powerful, and it was not something they could resist. Even Murong Qingcheng and the black-white double demons looked solemn and were secretly on guard. Although the other party was arrogant, his strength was there and could not be underestimated. However, Lin Xian still had a calm smile on his face, as if the terrifying aura did not affect him at all. Seeing this, Tang Er's brows furrowed even tighter. First, Lin Xian rejected his invitation. Now, he was not afraid of his oppression. It was as if everything Lin Xian did was a provocation to him. As someone who had just stepped onto the throne of the strong, how could he tolerate such provocation? Moreover, Lin Xian's next words made him even more furious. Lin Xian said indifferently, "There's no need to consider. If there's nothing else, goodbye." Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Tang Er finally could not take it anymore. He snorted coldly, and the aura on his body exploded again. Rumble! The void trembled, and the surrounding martial artists were pushed away by this force. They fell to the ground with a horrified look on their faces. The terrifying spiritual energy condensed in the sky, forming a huge palm of light that grabbed at Lin Xian. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect Tang Air to suddenly attack. Lin Xian felt the rapidly approaching palm and snorted coldly. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. Then he took a step forward and the sword aura on his body surged. It formed a light sword that was dozens of feet long and quickly slashed forward. The huge spiritual light sword tore through the void with ease. With a long tail of light and a sharp aura, it collided with the huge palm in the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying ball of energy formed between the two. It quickly spread and swept in all directions. Looking at this scene, countless people screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. In the next moment, the place where they were originally at was swept by the aftermath of the energy. Countless boulders turned into powder, and the entire ground was cut into several pieces. That strike was so terrifying. Moreover, this was only a confrontation of the two's aura. If the two of them really fought, the entire valley would probably be flattened in an instant. What? It was blocked. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Yao Bin screamed in horror. In his opinion, the pressure released by Tang Air would definitely be able to severely injure Lin Xian. He could even imagine Lin Xian being sent flying by the pressure. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to resist it. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although this was only spiritual pressure, it wasn't something that a freshman could resist. Tang Air was also greatly surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the figure in front of him. His gaze revealed a frightening light. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Even the black-white double fiends beside him cried out in surprise at this speed. Clearly, Tang Air's speed had exceeded their reaction time. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as well, but he was able to clearly capture his opponent's movements. Without any hesitation, a ball of azure cold air appeared on Lin Xian's palm, and he fiercely blasted it forward. This palm blocked his opponent's fist. When the fist and palm collided, a thunderous sound was heard again. The two balls of energy collided, forming countless storms. He blocked it again. This time Tang Air was also moved, and he stopped underestimating him. If the previous spiritual power confrontation made him feel doubtful, then this fist and palm collision made him completely understand that the young man in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. At least, it wasn't something that he could deal with in 1 or 2 moves. Not only that, the other party's cold air was very strange. Not only was it extremely cold, but it also contained a sharp sword aura. At this moment, the aura was madly drilling into his body. If it wasn't for his strong spiritual power that could block it, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Lin Xian had actually blocked Tang Air's attack. This was simply too shocking. Before this, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian could kill Yan Qingfeng, who was ranked 30th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, there was a world of difference between the top 30 and the top 10. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had blocked Tang Air's attack. This meant that his strength was definitely above everyone's expectations. Tang Air was also extremely shocked. However, he still grinned and said, "You're indeed the most famous person among the new students. Junior brother Lin's skills are indeed extraordinary. It's just so. I only used 30% of my strength." Lin Xian also smiled. "If you want to continue fighting, I'll accompany you to the end. However, when the time comes, it's not certain who will be ranked 10th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard." The crowd widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. What did Lin Xian mean? Could it be that he still had the strength to defeat Tang Air? Tang Air's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. Logically speaking, he definitely wouldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian was too calm, which made him feel suspicious. In the end, he withdrew his fist and didn't attack again. It seems that junior brother Lin is very confident in his strength. I'm looking forward to your next performance. You won't be disappointed. Seeing that Tang Er didn't attack again, Lin Xian also withdrew his aura. He looked deeply at Tang Er, then turned around and left with Morong Qingqing and the others. Seeing the scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the conflict between the two to end in this way. At the same time, they didn't dare to stay in this area any longer. Who knew if Tang Er would go crazy at this moment? If he came looking for them, it would be a big joke. Therefore, the surrounding warriors had all left in an instant. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the others, Yao Bin gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly, "Second brother, are we just going to let this kid go like this?" He couldn't accept it. He didn't expect Tang Er to be unable to take down Lin Xian. Thinking of this, a ball of anger burned in his heart. Tang Er didn't answer. Instead, he quickly mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and surged it to his right hand. Then, a blue aura appeared in his palm and became denser. Finally, the cold aura formed a ball and appeared in his palm. He clenched his hand and crushed the blue ice ball. I didn't expect this kid to be more difficult to deal with than I thought, especially his cold aura. It's strange and unpredictable, Tang Er said slowly as he patted the ice shards off his hand. The blue ice ball that he had forced out of his body earlier was the cold aura that Lin Xian had injected into his body. Fortunately, he was strong. If his cultivation was slightly weaker, he would have been frozen by the cold aura. Seeing this, Yao Bin and the others were shocked. They didn't expect their opponent to have such a strange technique. Chapter 952. Let him go. Impossible. Let him be proud for 2 days. Tang Er said coldly, "If we didn't need to conserve energy to attack that nest, do you think he would be able to leave safely?" Tang Er's entire body emitted a cold aura, as if he was a peerless beast that wanted to devour people. "It won't be too late to teach this brat a lesson after we attack that nest. No one has ever been able to take anything away from me." Hearing his words, Yao Bin and the others relaxed. They knew that it wasn't because Lin Xian was strong, but because Tang Er didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the brat would have already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Second brother, the direction they left in seems to have a target. Could it be that their target is that nest as well? Hearing this, Tang Er nodded. That's possible. Although Lin Xian is a freshman, he has the black-white double ghosts by his side. I think that with the other party's intelligence network, they should also know about the nest. You guys go investigate and see if their target is that nest as well. If it really is that nest, I'll let him know what regret is. That brat is too strange. Should we make a move halfway? Yao Bin revealed a cruel smile. No need. So what if they enter the nest? You have to know that I'm not the only one making a move this time. Jiang Yan will also be here in 2 days. Do you think that with their strength, they can fight against our hidden dragon society? As he finished speaking, Tang Er's eyes revealed a deep disdain. Even big brother Jiang is coming? Hearing Tang Er's words, Yao Bin was stunned. To deal with a new student, there shouldn't be a need for the 2 experts of the Hidden Dragon Society to make a move. You're thinking too much. Jiang Yan is only here to attack the nest. Dealing with that brat is just a matter of convenience. Hearing this, Yao Bin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the brat wasn't as strong as he thought. As long as Tang Er used his full strength, he would be able to deal with him. Putting Lin Xian's matter aside, Yao Bin asked again, "Is the news from that nest true?" Of course it's true. After our Hidden Dragon Society repeatedly confirmed it, it can't be wrong. What do you think? If we successfully kill a gold-ranked demon beast, won't it shock everyone? Tang Er's eyes lit up. At that time, we'll probably be the first people in the entire academy to kill a gold-rank beast. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei didn't have this honor. Thinking of this, Yao Bin and the others' breathing became heavy, and their eyes were burning with a fiery light. If that was true, the Hidden Dragon Society would definitely become the most famous society in the academy. At that time, someone like Lin Xian would be nothing. Even if he were to kneel and beg to join them, they might not necessarily agree. Lin Xian and the others were naturally unaware of Second Tang's scheme. They had already left the valley and were heading towards their destination. The twin demons of black and white looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. You sent people to fight with the Hidden Dragon Society just for a broken stone. Is it necessary? Then he flipped his palm and took out the fist-sized falling star. When the sword Qi collided with the falling stars, countless sparks flew in all directions amidst the metallic collisions. This thing is so hard. Seeing this, the black-white double demons couldn't stay calm. Even Murong Qingcheng looked at it curiously. They knew Lin Xian's strength. Even a second sky, venerable realm martial artist couldn't resist this sword Qi. But now it couldn't even break a piece of rock. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He used his soul power to check the structure of the falling star. Then he quickly attacked. The great dragon sword soul in his body rotated and covered the entire falling star. This time the sword Qi was even sharper. Countless fragments flew around as if a layer of clothing had been taken off. The falling star gradually emitted a blue light. In the end, the rusty layer on the surface disappeared. The entire falling star turned into a dark blue metal. It was like a sea of stars, deep and profound. The black-white double demons opened their mouths wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The stone that was so dilapidated had become so dazzling. Murong Qingcheng also exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. It's like a real star." "Of course, it's a star." Lin Xian smiled. Then he carefully put away the falling star. This thing was related to the improvement of the Red Lotus armor. It was extremely precious. "Kid, you have a good eye. How did you find such a hidden treasure? If Tang Er knew, he would vomit blood." The black-white double demons smirked. Lin Xian shrugged. It had nothing to do with him whether they vomited blood or not. "Let's go. Let's reach the golden lair first," Lin Xian said. He didn't want such a treasure to be taken away by others. The others nodded in agreement. Then the group sped up. They didn't delay along the way, so their speed was very fast. A day later, they were close to the place marked on the map. However, Lin Xian and the others realized that they weren't the only team heading in that direction. It seemed that the news had spread. Lin Xian sighed. In just half a day, 2 teams had flown past them, and that was only in their direction. He didn't know what it was like in the other directions. However, it shouldn't be too deserted. Ignore the others. "Let's go," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Now, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden in the monster-slaying world. However, it didn't matter even if everyone knew, because the golden lair was no ordinary lair. It was extremely dangerous. Only people with strength could come here. Lin Xian was still confident in his strength. They continued forward and realized that the scenery in front of them had changed. White bones began to appear on the ground. Some were scattered, while others were intact. The closer they got to the golden lair, the more bones there were on the ground. Not only that, but the entire air was emitting a demonic aura, which made people feel very oppressed. Finally, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the place marked on the map, which was in front of the golden lair. The first thing they sensed was a strong beastly aura surging toward them. The demonic aura was so strong that it directly turned into a mist that could be seen with the naked eye. It filled the entire area. Not only was the aura terrifying, but the demonic aura could also corrode a person's body. If someone with weaker strength came here, they would probably be corroded by the demonic aura in a short time. The consequences of being corroded by the demonic aura were very tragic. They would either explode and die or go crazy and become a killing machine. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were strong. The demonic aura didn't affect them at all. Chapter 953. Cheering up, Lin Xian and the rest walked forward. Then, they saw a huge object standing in front of them. Seeing that thing, Lin Xian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge black shadow was actually a skeleton. It was a skeleton that was hundreds of feet tall, like a huge mountain. Although the demonic beast had been dead for a long time, the skeleton still exuded a terrifying aura. As expected of the Golden Lair, it's really extraordinary, Lin Xian exclaimed. This scene was much more terrifying than the Silver Lair from before. Lin Xian and the rest stood in front of the Golden Lair, looking at the huge skeleton and feeling deeply shocked. However, what made them even more shocked was that they found other teams here, and there were quite a few of them. These people were able to come here and ignore the demonic aura's corrosion, which was enough to prove their strength. However, the good thing was that these forces were only on guard against each other and did not cause any conflict. Lin Xian and the rest occupied a safe place and looked at the Golden Lair in front of them. There were a lot of bronze beasts in front of them. In addition, there was a large number of silver beasts. Just the strength of the Golden Lair's periphery had already surpassed the Silver Lair that Lin Xian attacked before. Lin Xian relied on his outstanding soul power to sense that there was an extremely powerful and obscure aura in the depths of the Golden Lair. It should be the newly promoted Gold Beast. At this moment, the demonic beasts in the periphery saw the surrounding martial artists and roared angrily, becoming restless. Fortunately, they seemed to have received some orders and did not rush over. They only guarded the entire Golden Lair. Lin Xian and the rest did not immediately make a move. Instead, they sat cross-legged and quickly adjusted their state of mind. Anyway, this place was no longer a secret. It would not be long before other martial artists came. Before the situation was clear, Lin Xian and the rest would not make a move. Fortunately, these people were patient enough to wait. As time passed, more and more martial artists appeared. From time to time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Obviously, there were still many martial artists rushing over. All of a sudden, an enormous and boundless energy came from afar. Like a huge wave, it tore apart the terrifying demonic qi. Then, a group of people charged into the arena. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes and looked at the sky. They're from the Hidden Dragon League. Seeing the figures of Tang Er and the others, the black-white double fiends snorted coldly. This group of people was really like ghosts that wouldn't go away. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He didn't think that the Hidden Dragon League would also know about this. With the relationship between the two parties, there would be a fierce battle when they entered the nest. However, he wasn't too worried. If the other party really made a move, he would let those people know who the soft persimmon was. Tang Er and the others looked around with arrogance in their eyes. Soon, they discovered the figures of Lin Xian and the others. Second Tang narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Behind him, Yao Bin and the others glared fiercely at him. The twin ghosts of black and white snorted coldly when they saw the other party's malicious gazes. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had more people, they would have already attacked. Brat, I'm afraid that those people don't have good intentions. If they really enter the nest, they'll definitely attack you. Why don't we think of a way to get rid of them now? The twin ghosts of black and white were ruthless people. They naturally wouldn't fear the Hidden Dragon League. However, Lin Xian shook his head. If he made a move now, he would undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. He didn't want to cause any trouble at this critical moment. Just as he finished speaking, another powerful aura came from the distance. Immediately after, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky. Boom! The red aura surged with a terrifyingly high temperature. It burned the surrounding demonic aura to ashes, and more than half of the area was cleared. How terrifying! Feeling this temperature, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked and looked up again. In the sky, the fiery red light gradually disappeared and a figure appeared. It was a man wearing a fiery red robe. There was also a dark red light flowing in his eyes. His entire person was like a god of fire, incomparably hot. "It's him, Jiang Yan. I didn't expect him to be here too." Many people exclaimed. "Jiang Yan." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the previous news, there was information about Jiang Yan defeating the 8th ranked Xiang Fei. His strength could be said to be even more terrifying than Tang Er. He didn't expect the 2 top experts of the Hidden Dragon League to be here. The surrounding people were also shocked. In their opinion, the Hidden Dragon League must have attached great importance to this golden lair. They even seemed to be determined to get it. Unlike the surrounding people who were shocked, the people of the Hidden Dragon League were very happy. After all, with the 2 top experts, their chances of success would be much higher. Jiang Yan smiled at Tang Er and said, "We're not too late, right?" "Not too late, even if we're a bit late. So what? Even if all these people enter the lair, we'll be the ones to get it in the end." Tang Er's eyes flashed with confidence. Jiang Yan nodded and then looked down at the lair. When he saw the 100 feet tall skeleton, he was slightly stunned. As expected of the golden lair, this aura is indeed extraordinary. Then, his gaze swept past the lair and scanned the surroundings. When the surrounding martial artists were swept by this gaze, they all felt their bodies stiffen and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Although Jiang Yan didn't say anything, the corner of his mouth held a trace of disdain. Soon, his gaze fixed on a place, and he said indifferently, "That person is Lin Xian." "Yes, that's the kid," Tang Er said coldly. "He's even more arrogant than the rumors. He actually dared to reject my invitation." Behind him, Yao Bin and the others also quickly said, "Yes, Big Brother Jiang. That kid is too despicable. He doesn't put the Hidden Dragon League in his eyes at all." When Jiang Yan heard their words, he didn't show any emotion. He asked again, "How's his strength?" "He's stronger than I imagined. He was actually able to take one of my attacks." "Oh, you fought with him?" Hearing Tang Er's words, Jiang Yan revealed a trace of surprise. "Looks like we have to reevaluate this kid. After all, he still has the Lone Star Sword, a half-Earth rank artifact. If he uses the Lone Star Sword, his strength will probably increase by a lot. It's nothing. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for us," Tang Er said proudly. "If there's no other way, we'll capture him before he uses the Lone Star Sword." Obviously, they also had a strategy to deal with the Lone Star Sword. Hearing Tang Er's answer, Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Suddenly, he frowned and turned to look behind him. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. A group of figures quickly rushed over. The person in the lead had a very powerful aura. It seemed to be even more terrifying than when Jiang Yan arrived. "Chi Hao, I didn't expect him to come too." Chapter 954. Seeing this, Yao Bin and the others trembled slightly. As members of the Hidden Dragon League, they naturally knew what Jiang Yan's expression meant. Jiang Yan would only have such an expression when he was extremely excited. Indeed, Jiang Yan was extremely excited at the moment. He was already ranked 8th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, while Chi Hao was ranked 5th. Although the top 10 were the first echelon, the top 5 were even more powerful and had a better reputation. If he could defeat Chi Hao and obtain the 5th position, his fame would increase once again, and he would become the biggest dark horse of the demon-slaying conference. Although Chi Hao was ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and was powerful, Jiang Yan had absolute confidence in himself. When he had obtained the 8th position on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he had only used 3 moves. Therefore, he was confident that he could challenge Chi Hao. Below, the black-white double demons were also shocked. "Who is that?" Lin Xian asked. He had never seen the black-white double demons with such serious expressions. "Chi Hao, ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He is extremely powerful and can be considered a true top expert. Lin Xian nodded. The 5th position on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard was already extremely terrifying. It was no wonder that the black-white double demons had such expressions. Qi Hao also swept his gaze over the crowd, but he only greeted Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and a few others. He completely ignored the others. Although the others were angry and dissatisfied, no one dared to say anything. After Qi Hao's arrival, other ancient martial art practitioners arrived one after another. However, the number of people was much smaller than before. It seemed that most of the ancient martial art practitioners who had received the news had already arrived. Seeing the decreasing number of ancient martial art practitioners, many people's breathing became heavier and their eyes burned with passion. This was because they knew that they would soon begin to attack the nest. Lin Xian also said in a low voice, "When we attack the nest later, everyone be careful. You must protect yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't get the demon core." Although the demon core was good, personal safety was more important. Therefore, no one had any objections. Not only Lin Xian and the others, but all the other teams were preparing. The originally quiet atmosphere immediately became heated. Finally, someone could not help but lead the team to charge toward the golden nest. With one person taking the lead, the others did not hesitate. They all used their spiritual power and charged forward with all their might. Although they couldn't kill a gold-ranked demonic beast, there were still a large number of bronze-ranked and silver-ranked demonic beasts in the nest. Therefore, this time, as long as they gave it their all, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. Disdain appeared in Second Tang's eyes when he saw the figures flying out. In his opinion, it was useless no matter how fast these people rushed, because the gold-ranked demon beast would definitely be theirs in the end. "Let's go, let's make our move." Second Tang said in a deep voice, after lying low for so long, "It's time to let the world know our strength." Hearing this, the gazes of the Hidden Dragon League's martial artists instantly became fiery. Each of them released a powerful aura and followed behind Jiang Yan and Tang Er, quickly flying upwards. On the other side, Qi Hao also set off with many martial artists. As he gazed at the fleeing figures, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Then, with a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. At the same time, Murong Qingqing, the twin ghosts of Black and White, and the others quickly followed beside him. Like a shooting star, the crowd gathered among the martial artists and quickly moved forward with the flow of people. On the other side, when the demon beasts outside the nest saw the numerous martial artists rushing over, they immediately raised their heads and roared angrily at the sky. Their bodies also emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was obvious that they were angered by the crowd's actions. The demon beasts were infuriated and quickly rushed over. Not long after, they collided with the martial artists who were rushing over. Suddenly, a great battle was about to break out. Lin Xian and the others were naturally blocked by the bronze demon beasts. However, they were powerful and did not fear the demon beasts at all. With a long roar, Lin Xian flicked his finger and the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, sword Qi swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword Qi swept past, all the demon beasts were cut in half. Murong Qingqing's body was surrounded by purple light. Her large purple palm appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Every strike was able to wipe out a group of demon beasts. The black-white double ghosts were even more ferocious. With the two of them working together, their momentum was not weaker than Lin Xian and the others at all. As for Su Yu and the others, although they were weaker, with the four of them working together and Lin Xian and the others covering for them, they were not in any danger. However, this was the golden nest after all. It was the most dangerous place in the demon-slaying world. There were too many ordinary demon beasts. They were like endless waves. Among them, there were also many silver demon beasts who led powerful demon beasts to fight against the humans. No, there are too many of them. We have to charge quickly. Otherwise, if we are surrounded here, it will be very dangerous for us. Morong Ching said in a deep voice, Okay then, we will adopt the knife formation. One person will be the main force in the front and the others will support. We will rotate every half an incense stick's time. This way, they could maintain their super strong combat power and conserve their energy to deal with any changes that might happen at any time. In this formation, they quickly charged through the demon beasts. They were very fast, but there were people who were faster than them. Among them, there were two teams that charged at the front. One of them was the Hidden Dragon Society. Tang Er and Jiang Yan worked together and charged at the front. They led the members of the Hidden Dragon Society and charged forward like a sharp sword. Wherever they went, nothing could stop them. The other team was led by Chi Hao. These two teams were the most powerful and left the others far behind. Damn it, there are too many of them. We can't keep up. The black-white double ghosts were angry. Don't worry about it. Let them charge. This way, they can take most of the attention. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, We just need to maintain this speed. Don't worry, the Golden Demon Beast is not that easy to kill. Even if they are the first to arrive, they can't kill the Golden Demon Beast in one go. Lin Xian's words gave everyone confidence. Even the black-white double ghosts calmed down. The group maintained their formation and charged forward quickly. Finally, after a difficult charge, they tore through the outer defense line and arrived at the interior of the nest. The interior of the nest was even more terrifying. There were nests everywhere, densely packed together. It had to be said that this golden nest was too terrifying. Just the strength that it had displayed was already 10 times that of the silver nests. However, Lin Xian and the others had only just broken through the outer defense of the nest and reached the entrance. One could imagine how terrifying the creatures in the depths were. However, although there were many demon beasts here, Lin Xian and the others were even faster than when they were in the outer defense line. Chapter 955. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the area. Then, a suspicious expression appeared on his face. Did you notice that there are no silver-level demonic beasts in the lair? That's true. The black-white double ghosts looked around and found bronze figures everywhere. There were no silver-level demonic beasts. This is weird. Are there only so few demonic beasts in the Golden Lair? Impossible. Even if there are only so few silver-level demonic beasts, they can't all be in the periphery. But there are no silver-level demonic beasts in the inner part of the lair. There must be something that we don't know. There must be something wrong. Lin Xian was puzzled about the absence of silver-level demonic beasts in the lair. At the same time, he was on his guard. However, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary for a while. So, he had to put the matter aside for the time being. After about an hour, Lin Xian and the rest finally arrived at the inner part of the lair. When they crossed the last passage, they found that there were fewer demonic beasts in front of them. The demonic beasts behind them were roaring uneasily. They didn't dare to follow them. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although it had only been an hour, they had used up a lot of their energy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They took out elixirs and swallowed them to recover their energy quickly. Then they looked ahead. The area in front of them gradually became spacious. Several huge stone pillars stood in all directions, supporting the entire lair. Also, unlike the outside world, the demonic qi here was thicker. It even carried a huge pressure. Although the aura was terrifying, everyone was happy. Only the silver-level demonic beasts could emit such a horrifying aura. Everyone be careful. Don't let your guard down. The closer they were to the silver-level demonic beasts, the more dangerous it was for them. Not only were they in danger from the demonic beasts, but they were also in danger from martial artists from the same academy. Along the way, Lin Xian found that many martial artists had gathered in front of them. They stopped in one place and didn't move. It seemed that the golden right hand was there. Lin Xian and the rest moved to the back of the crowd. Lin Xian looked through the crowd. Up ahead, there was a huge stone platform, and on that stone platform there was a golden figure. Gold-ranked demon beast. Seeing the golden figure, the twin demons of black and white could not help but exclaim, "It's here! It's finally here!" Everyone was excited. This was a gold-colored beast, which was definitely the most terrifying existence in the demon-slaying world. Sure enough, a strong demonic aura was emitted from the golden body. That aura caused them to feel apprehensive. Conservatively speaking, this gold-colored demonic beast was equivalent to a human fourth heaven venerable. However, demonic beasts had tough bodies and were incomparably ferocious. Their combat prowess would definitely be even stronger. This gold-ranked demonic beast was stronger than he had imagined. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that these were all gold-ranked beasts, and they seemed to be even stronger than Xiao Li from the Blackwater City. As expected of the strongest existence in the Demon Slayer realm, he is indeed incomparably powerful. However, this also created a problem. This meant that the gold-ranked demonic beast was stronger than any of the warriors present. Unless everyone worked together, it was impossible for a single force to swallow it. Sure enough, seeing that more and more warriors had arrived, Jiang Yan stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, I believe that everyone has sensed the strong demonic aura. I don't need to explain how powerful a gold-ranked demonic beast is. I believe that no one would be a match for it alone. If we want to kill this gold-ranked demonic beast, there is only one way, and that is to work together. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to get the demonic core, we might even be killed." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, what Jiang Yan said was the truth. They knew how powerful a gold-ranked demonic beast was. Moreover, everyone agreed with the idea of working together. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. There was only one gold-ranked demonic beast. If everyone worked together to get the demonic core, who would it belong to? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. Soon, someone raised this objection. Hearing this, Tang Er frowned and said coldly, "It's not too late to discuss this after we kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. Now, let's think about how to work together to defeat the gold-ranked demonic beast." Hearing this cold voice, no one dared to refute. At this moment, Jiang Yan looked at Qi Hao, who was not far away. "Brother Qi, what do you think?" "Sure. Working together is our only option now." Qi Hao did not object. With Qi Hao's support, the other martial artists nodded in agreement. Moreover, Qi Hao and Jiang Yan were the most powerful martial artists in this place. Following behind them, although they might not be able to get the demonic core, at least they could ensure their safety. Looking at the discussion in front of them, Lin Xian and the rest followed behind the group without saying anything. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This was his instinctive reaction. He seemed to be able to predict good and bad luck. This feeling was suspenseful, but it was very accurate every time. "Kid, be careful. I feel that this place is a little strange." The dark red divine dragon reminded him through voice transmission. With the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian became even more vigilant. Although he did not know where this uneasiness came from, in his opinion, it was very likely to have something to do with the missing silver-ranked demonic beasts. However, just as he was guessing in his heart, Jiang Yan turned to look at him. "Junior brother Lin, what do you think?" Lin Xian was stunned. He had not expected Jiang Yan to ask him. However, he quickly put away his guesses and said in a low voice, "I'm just a new student. I'll leave this decision to you guys." There was nothing much to say about working together. What he cared about was the final distribution. However, he definitely could not get an answer to this question now. Therefore, he wasn't too concerned about the matter of joining forces. Yes, although you're a new student, Your strength is not weaker than ours. We still need you to be the main force in this collaboration, Jiang Yan said again. Main force? Everyone was stunned and had an incredulous expression. Although Lin Xian was very strong, these people in front of him seemed to be even stronger. For example, Jiang Yan and Qi Hao were super experts in the top 10 of the Mystic Venerate leaderboard. At this moment, such people were actually asking for Lin Xian's opinion. It was indeed shocking. At this moment, Tang Er smiled sinisterly and said, Junior brother Lin, don't be humble. With your skills and the power of the Lone Star Sword, I'm afraid you're not weaker than any of us. For someone like you not to be the main force, it's really a loss for this operation. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Lin Xian still had the Lone Star Sword. If he used it, he would definitely be able to fight against Jiang Yan and the others. Chapter 956. Be careful, they might want to exhaust your strength, Morong Qingqing said softly. Don't worry, I know. Lin Xian nodded. However, he had no choice but to join forces to kill the enemy. If he did not agree, he would definitely be ostracized by the other forces. At that time, he might be directly excluded from the team. It seemed that the other party was indeed sinister. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He would be the main force. The Lone Star Sword was not his only trump card. How about this? The double ghosts black and white will go with me. Morong, you and senior sister, Su, will stay behind. I feel that there's something strange about those silver-ranked beasts that disappeared. Be careful. Okay. Morong Qingqing nodded. Since Lin Xian had made such an arrangement, he must have his own plans. After arranging Morong Qingqing, Su Yu, and the others, Lin Xian led the double ghosts black and white to the front. Seeing that Lin Xian was really walking forward, Jiang Yan and the others revealed a meaningful smile. In the next moment, he said loudly, Everyone, since we have decided to join forces, let's not waste any more time. Let's kill this golden right hand as soon as possible. Okay. The other forces nodded and sent out their experts. Those who walked out were all Third Sky honorables. Lin Xian looked and saw that there were more than 20 people. It was a very powerful lineup. They gathered together and prepared to attack together. The gold-ranked demonic beast seemed to have sensed the crowd's intentions. Its huge body slowly stood up, causing the entire lair to tremble. The gold-ranked beast was huge, like a mountain. Its terrifying eyes were shining with golden light, like 2 golden lanterns that shrouded everyone. Its expression was like a dragon looking down at ants. Bang! A disdainful sound was heard. 2 breaths came out of its nose, like rolling waves that surged towards everyone. Feeling this strange attack, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. They quickly joined forces to block it. Although it was just a casual attack from the gold-ranked beast, it was extremely terrifying in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yan shouted coldly. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings. Everyone attacked together and killed the beast. Then he took the lead and made the first move. After him, Qi Hao and Tang Er, these 2 super experts, also fought back with all their might. The 3 of them were the most powerful and were among the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Their reactions were also the fastest. In an instant, the 3 of them launched 3 terrifying attacks, which collided with the chi waves spurted out by the demonic beast. After that, the others also counterattacked. However, their momentum was much weaker than the 3 of them. For a moment, Jiang Yan's entire body floated in the air, his body glowing with a fiery red light. The clouds in front of him gathered to form a terrifying giant palm that slammed forward. Fire God's palm. The fiery red palm was completely red, and there were mysterious runes flickering on it, emitting a terrifying energy. As the palm slammed down, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Terrifying heat roared towards the gold-ranked demonic beast below. Ghost God Flying Dagger. Frigid Water Sword Art. Tang Er and Qi Hao weren't willing to be outdone either. They both unleashed their powerful ultimate skills. A flying knife pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning. It was incomparably sharp as it flew towards the gold-ranked demonic beast. The angle of its attack was just right for the beast's vital point. On the other side, a terrifying sword chi was also rapidly slashing down. When the three powerhouses attacked together, their momentum was extremely terrifying. Sensing the terrifying attack, the gold-ranked demonic beast on the other side was enraged. It roared into the sky, and a golden light suddenly bloomed from its body. It was like a golden ocean that slammed in all directions. The power was too terrifying. It was not any weaker than a level 4 honorable realm. For a moment, all sorts of terrifying attacks collided with each other. Extremely powerful energy exploded, forming an energy storm. Bang! Countless low sounds were heard. Jianyan and the other's body shook. They kept retreating in the air, causing the void to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. The three of them, working together, couldn't withstand the attack of the gold-ranked demonic beast? This was beyond their expectations. One should know that the three of them were super existences in the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. If they worked together, they could take down an ordinary level 4 honorable realm. However, at that moment, they couldn't do anything to the gold-ranked demonic beast. However, the three of them were still fine. They were only pushed back a few steps. However, the martial artists behind them weren't so lucky. The golden wave was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It slammed into their bodies and sent them flying. Bang! 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 Many martial artists crashed into the wall behind them and spat out mouthfuls of blood. There were also some unlucky ones who were forcefully teleported out of the North Slaying Monster realm due to their severe injuries. This was the Monster Slaying Monster realm's special protection mechanism. When a martial artist's life was in danger, they could be quickly teleported out to ensure that these disciples would not die. However, this also meant that their results in the monster slaying gathering were 0. They had no chance of entering the monster blood pool. Seeing this, countless people were terrified and kept retreating. It was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. It was like an ant-facing distance. They couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Originally, he had thought that even if these attacks couldn't hurt the gold-ranked demonic beast, they could at least contend with it. However, from the looks of it, the opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. No, this gold-ranked demonic beast is too terrifying. It seems like we can't resist it. The black, white, double ghosts' bodies were also unstable as they dispelled the terrifying power. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear. If they had been arrogant and came to the Golden Lair alone, they would have ended up in a miserable state. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as he stared at the gigantic, gold-ranked demonic beast. Suddenly, he revealed a surprised expression. This was because he discovered that the demonic beast's heart wasn't pure gold. Instead, there was a trace of silver light remaining. This light was very weak and seemed to be covered by the surrounding golden light. Therefore, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. It was only because Lin Xian's soul power was strong that he could discover this abnormality. The silver area. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps that was the area that hadn't evolved yet. It was also the weak spot of the gold-ranked demonic beast. In order to confirm his thoughts, he stomped his foot and flew into the sky. With a flick of his finger, the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Xian's aura changed drastically. He exuded a sharp aura. In the next moment, he waved a sword aura and slashed at the silver area where the gold-ranked demonic beast's heart was. This sword had activated the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sword aura was like lightning. It arrived in front of the demonic beast and slashed down fiercely. As if it felt threatened, the gold-ranked demonic beast let out an angry roar. Countless golden lightning bolts appeared around it. Among them, there was a golden lightning bolt that was as thick as a bucket. It turned into a dragon and slammed down on Lin Xian. Junior brother Lin, be careful! Chapter 9:57 Rumble. The terrifying lightning struck down, annihilating everything in the vicinity. The ground cracked, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Lin Xian's figure was also shrouded and torn to pieces in an instant. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and their hearts were filled with shock and terror. However, in the next moment, they discovered that Lin Xian's figure had once again appeared above their heads. Was that just an afterimage? Countless people were shocked. Even Jiang Yan and the others looked serious. Lin Xian's speed was too fast, beyond their expectations. Although Lin Xian dodged the attack of the golden lightning, the sword qi that he shot out was shattered by the golden demonic beast. Therefore, the two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. But in everyone's eyes, that was an incredible thing. One should know that even Jiang Yan and the others were forced to retreat when they joined forces. However, Lin Xian was now able to contend with a gold-ranked demonic beast. It was simply unbelievable. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword again, forming sword qi that was like spring rain, covering the entire sky. Spring rain sword. The sword qi continued to attack endlessly, completely enveloping the gold-ranked demonic beast. Of course, the main target of the sword qi was the silver region on the chest of the gold-ranked beast. Ding ding dang dang. Countless sword qi collided with the huge body of the gold-ranked demonic beast, producing metallic sounds and countless sparks. The gold-ranked demonic beast was incomparably furious. An enormous beast claw stretched out like a golden mountain, incomparably heavy, pressing down on Lin Xian. Boom! Countless air waves rolled, and the continuous stream of sword qi was blasted away by the golden mountain. However, the specialty of the spring rain sword was that it was continuous. Therefore, even if the gold-colored demonic beast managed to blast away a part of it, there was still a lot of sword qi that gathered and pierced towards the heart. Whoosh! The sword qi was sharp, and it finally pierced the silver area in his heart. Roar! Instantly, the gold demonic beast was enraged. It let out a terrifying roar that made everyone's face turn pale. Not only that, but the berserk demonic energy also surged over like waves. He was furious. The gold, rank demonic beast seemed to have gone mad. It was terrifying beyond compare. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what Lin Xian had done to provoke the gold, rank demonic beast to such an extent. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. Because after that, the gold-ranked beast's body began to tremble slightly, and it even took a step back. This scene stunned everyone. They couldn't believe it at all. If one were to say that Lin Xian was able to fight against a gold-ranked demon beast, they would still believe it. That was because his strange speed was shocking. But now, Lin Xian actually managed to push back the golden demon beast with a single slash. This was simply incomprehensible. One had to know that before this, the combined forces of more than 20 of them did not even cause any damage to the gold-ranked beast. They were even injured by the rebound force. Could it be that this kid was hiding his strength? This scene shocked countless people, especially Tang Er and the other members of the Hidden Dragon Society. Their eyelids twitched violently. If that was really the case, didn't that mean that Lin Xian had the strength of a fourth heaven venerable? Impossible. Jiang Yan shook his head decisively. It's impossible for him to possess the strength of a fourth heaven venerable. There must be something we don't know about. Qi Hao nodded as well. It's impossible for him to be so strong. Hearing the two experts' words, the surrounding people calmed down. However, they all looked at Lin Xian with confusion in their eyes. Junior brother Lin, how did you do it? At this moment, Jiang Yan asked. It's simple. Lin Xian shrugged. The area around the gold-ranked demon beast heart is silver. It probably hasn't completed its evolution yet. That silver area should be its weak point. So, as long as you attack that area, you'll be able to achieve twice the effect with half the effort. What? There's a silver area. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone. Then, countless gazes turned to the gigantic body in front of them. Soon, someone exclaimed, there really was a silver light. It seemed that the gold-ranked demon beast had not completed its evolution yet. Hearing this news, everyone cheered. No matter how strong the gold-ranked demon beast was, as long as it had a weak point, they would definitely be able to defeat it. Lin Xian alone could defeat the gold-ranked demon beast by attacking its weak point. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to kill the gold-ranked demon beast. However, while they were excited, they were also shocked by Lin Xian. So many of them did not notice this weak point, but Lin Xian was able to do it so quickly. This meant that his perception was absolutely terrifying. Although they were shocked by his powerful perception, Jiang Yan and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Xian's strength was not beyond their imagination. Otherwise, who would be able to compete with them for a gold-ranked demon beast? Just as everyone was shocked, the gold-ranked demon beast was enraged again. It waved its gigantic hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the stone pillars were all shattered. Lin Xian used the illusionary demon steps. His body was like a phantom as he quickly dodged the attack. Then he let out a long roar. Hurry up and attack! Hearing this, everyone came to their senses and attacked one after another. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying attacks were directed at the gold-ranked demon beast, especially at its heart. After discovering the gold-ranked demon beast's weak point, everyone was extremely excited. Therefore, their attacks were extremely violent. Although the gold-ranked demon beast was powerful, it could not block so many attacks that were directed at its weak points. Its gigantic body finally retreated again, causing the ground to crack. However, the strange thing was that the stone platform under its feet did not crack. Seeing that the gold-ranked demon beast was defeated, everyone's confidence was boosted. They were ecstatic. Naturally, they did not care about the ground. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned again. Logically speaking, with that kind of power, it was impossible for the ground to be intact. However, the stone platform did not crack at all. There's definitely a problem. Lin Xian secretly paid attention. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The gold-ranked demon beast was completely enraged. Although it had not completed its evolution and there was a silver region in its heart, its strength was truly at the fourth heaven of the venerable realm. Therefore, even if everyone could defeat it, they could not kill it in a short period of time. Moreover, the opponent's terrifying attack was not something that anyone could withstand. Those warriors were once again impacted. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the opponent and them was too great. They could hurt the opponent, but the opponent could also hurt them. Therefore, when the two sides fought, they were the unlucky ones in the end. In just an instant, many warriors from the academy were injured. However, even more people rushed forward. Both sides seemed to be in a killing frenzy. Attack with full force. Don't be afraid. We have the protection of the demon-slaying realm anyway. We won't die at all. Someone roared. This time, we must kill the gold-ranked demon beast. If we succeed, we will be recorded in history because we are the first batch to successfully kill a gold-ranked demon beast.